Ready? All right. So now that we've hit the super easy stuff, let's talk about current road projects. Got a long list of them up here. Again, want this to be interactive. If you want to stop and talk about one, I've saved a couple. I know Church Street and Stumptown are a couple ones that we'll talk about a little bit more. Those are later in the presentation. So I'm going to keep rolling through and look up to see if folks have questions. All right, so where do we have projects in town? We've got them all over town, east, west, north, south. They're all over the place. As Anthony was mentioning before, each month we put out a list of, it's really an update. Where are we? What's generally the status on each project? How much has been expended? What stage are we in? And then, when do you start seeing things? When does that construction start out there? So currently it's a couple pages. The top half of the list, the first half is town-led projects. The second half of the list is state-led projects. If you couldn't memorize that map I had up there for about 5 seconds, there's an interactive map online. You can click on this map. If you go to where the developments are, so on the planning page, you click on the click here for developments. At the top, there's different tabs. One's for transportation. And it's interactive, so you click on each of the lines up there. It brings up a little pop-up with pretty much all that information that I have on the chart. So that's up there. All right. So as Anthony kind of alluded to before, what's the project development process? Well, first as we in engineering like to say, engineering public works like to say, you identify the problem and then you fix it. First part is identifying the problems. What are they? Where are they? So that's really the first part of it. And then we need some money to probably go fix it. So then that's where it comes before the board, and we talk about a CIP project. Is it something you want to do mid-year, as part of the CIP annual process? And then funds are set aside for that. Once the funds are set aside, then that's when we really dig in and get started on that project. And we work on plans. Then we go into property acquisition. We can only acquire the property that's needed for the project. The town can't just go out and buy everything that they want to. They have to acquire only what's needed for the project. Then, after that, we can relocate utilities. Say utilities, you may think of different things. There's utilities that you can see, overhead power, telecommunications. There's a lot of utilities you can't see. Water, sewer, gas, telecommunications, all that stuff's underground. You can't see any of that. You have to move a lot of that stuff out of the way before we can do our project. Then that's when you start seeing the orange cones. That's when you start seeing Kevin's group out there doing the work or hiring a contractor to do the project. The first several bullets, those can take years for projects. Like Main Street project, that's a 15 to 20 year project. Okay, so when that initial idea was thought of and it was a long time ago. Some of those other smaller projects, it may be done in 12 months. It just varies on the complexity of the process and project, and then also the amount of utilities or permits or property that you have to go get. So some of the current projects that are going on right now, resurfacing. This is the resurfacing for 2024. It's a little over 5 miles, a couple of different subdivisions. If you have questions on that, I'd say to ask Kevin. Next project we're going to talk about, Siegel Street, 4th Street project. So this is a project to resurface, add curb and gutter, sidewalk on a portion of Siegel Street, and then also on a portion of 4th Street. What is just off the map, you can't see it on here, but on the aerial image up there with the pink lines, just to the west of that is the Main Street project. So basically where the Main Street project stops, this project picks up and does the next part. If you've driven out here on these streets, is tight. It's tight out there. If you really wanted to put in a full road section and sidewalk on both sides and everything, you'd have to buy homes basically along one side of the street. So we didn't do that. We fit in as much as we could fit in without having to purchase homes. We did have to acquire property for the project and some easements for construction, but no homes were purchased as part of that. And see the picture in the middle on the bottom, construction's underway right now. So if you go out there, you'll see various stages of construction. Hopefully get that project finished up later this summer. All right, next project is Gibson Park Drive Phase 2. This is called Phase 2 because Phase 1 was between 115 and Main Street. That was a project that was done before. You may not notice it because unless you knew that, you just think when you drive down there that's how it's always been. But we improved that section of street basically to do the same thing. Upgrade the street, resurface it, and add sidewalk on one side of the street. Before it was a tight street. You'd have school buses and things that go down there. Cars would meet. You kind of have to pull off the road to, kind of let some of those larger vehicles through. So we're upgrading this part of the street. Right now, we're working on getting the utilities relocated, and then hopefully this spring, let a contract to do this project. Just like with the Main Street project, Charlotte Water, they're also wanting to do work. They realize, hey, we're out there tearing up everything. They say, how about we partner together? We'll pay for our part, you pay for yours. We'll both get some benefit to doing the work at the same time. Any questions? So I'm gonna keep rolling. Beatty's Ford at Gilead Road. This is out on the northwest side of town. If you drive through this area, it's bad. It's congested. All right. This is going to address part of the problem. This is only part of it. The main problem is up there at 73. State has a project up there, but then you'll come down here and there's another problem. So we need to fix it. So we add some turn lanes and a traffic signal out there at this intersection. This will basically butt up to or join right up to the state's project. They're going to stop, and then we're picking up here to do the rest of it. We're currently in right-of-way acquisition right now, with hopefully, if that can complete this year and relocate some utilities, we can get started next spring.
Some of that we pushed off a little bit because there was property in the midst of being sold out there. The county owns it now, the Phillips Farm, et cetera. So what we didn't want to do is deal with multiple different people, and then all of a sudden, your time out, you've wasted all your time dealing with one, then you have to deal with another one. So some of that was going on. And then as Stephen said, we're trying to coordinate with the DOT project, and you think it would be simple, you just touch asphalt to asphalt, but everything's complicated. There's a major gas line that causes a whole lot of issues, so we're trying to figure all that out.
Yeah, we've been going back and forth. We've met with them several times to say, what are they doing? What are we doing? We also don't want to put something in and they come right back behind us and tear it right up. So we've been working on where can we stop and where can they start. So we've got that worked out on that project. All right, next project is the Airhover project. So out there today, there's a kind of a mini traffic circle there, but with the 21 Gilead project, there'll be an additional connection back there between Commerce Center Drive over to Airhover. With that connection, large vehicles will now have the ability to come through that area from the Food Line shopping center there. So the roundabout needs to be rebuilt to be able to accommodate those different design vehicles. So we've got a project there to upgrade that roundabout. Actually, we're going to try two different things on that. We're going to try I'll call it a temporary fix and see how that works. If not, we have a full fix on that project to do. It is dependent on DOT's project. We need that road connection to be in and done before we do the roundabout project. Otherwise, you have some challenges with properties and businesses staying open. You want them to be able to stay open while you're working on the road.
And this connects up from the post office. If you turn by the post office, go up sort of where apartment stuff is, and you hang a left, and it come out in front of the funeral home. or that roundabout with a credit union, you'll be able to come out by the credit union.
Yeah, this is a way to get around to the businesses in this area without having to get on 21 or on Gilead Road. You know, it's just some connectivity.
Because the movements are gonna change in those intersections, and 21 will ultimately be not free for all. So you will have to do U-turns and all that kind of stuff. So that's why we're doing some of these side connectors, et cetera.
21 will be no left turns onto Gilead.
21 will be no left turn.
At all.
It's the same, exact same as 25. You know how the problem is everything's so close to the interstate. When they're so close to the interstate, if you try to make left turns, you back across the bridge, you back down the ramps. So the same thing they did at 25, they forced you to do a different movement, and same thing here.
And if it weren't complicated, it's gonna be adjacent to a diverging diamond.
There you go. If you like roundabouts, you're gonna love diverging diamonds. Or
Does ours
hate
have,
it.
will we have a sailboat like Florence?
Well, I will tell you, there ain't much of a sailboat to see, unfortunately, there, but, no.
I do have a question on the, did you say Arahova? I don't know how to pronounce it correctly. How close is the roundabout to the Greenway that will be
So
through.
the I'll call it the Greenway Trail, or the trail actually comes right through this intersection.
Okay, That's what I was trying to
It
figure
comes up Arahova, unless the trail gets, in its current layout, you'll come under 77, you'll come up, you can get under 21 when the 21 project comes up, but then you'll still have to come up through here. You'll kind of follow the pink and down to the blue, and then that then gets you into the downtown, the rest of the downtown trail.
And I
Kinda
think
picks up here
MJ
at
has
the
a
end of
slide, I think. MJ, in your presentation, you have it right.
How it connects with the rest of the trails.
So you'll be able to see all that, how it connects.
It's a whole lot. And another project, again, following along those same lines, the Commerce Center Drive project. This will connect and realign Commerce Center. So right there by the post office. So again, this gives you additional choices in connectivity. If you go to, say, the Aldi's, and then you want to go to the Cookout, you can get around without having to get on the main roads. This gives you additional choices to go. So the States project will have a traffic signal there at Commerce Center and Gilead, but we're going to add another leg to the intersection, and then keep it a traffic signal. Assuming the state gets done with all their work in time, then we can go along right behind it. Our work is dependent on theirs, so we have to wait for them to get done before we can do ours on this particular project. Next project up is Farrelltown Parkway. This is out there in the Walden development, if you're familiar with that on the east side of town. Town project would extend Farrelltown Parkway from where it currently stops today all the way up to Rama Church Road. And then there will be some turn lanes out there on Rama Church. We're currently coordinating utilities. There are a lot of utilities up there along Rama Church. They'll all have to be relocated. So we're working to get those nailed down, and then hopefully can get started on construction sometime next year. Any questions on that? All right. Keep rolling along. Siegel Street, between McCord and 73. So two different developers working to build part of future Siegel Street, okay? So Siegel Street's a road that it changes names. It changes name from Meacham Farm, Church Street, Siegel Street. We're all talking about the same thing. It just changes names as it goes through town. Got a slide later that talks about it, but it starts down in Hambright, goes all the way up into Davidson. You know, that's where the long-term vision is. This is just a small portion of it. And the part that is in blue up here is actually going to be built by two different developers. So the part south of the traffic circle that you recently saw out there, a developer built that traffic circle to help them with their needs. And then it's going to be extended to the south for a subdivision, and then extended to the north as part of an industrial development. But they're only building the part they need for their project. So the town's going to come in and take it the next step further and extend that road up to 73. And then we also have a connection over into the Northbrook subdivision. This will be another alternative route to 115, in this area. If 115's super congested, you can come over here, and this is another choice to be able to get places in this area.
And this project was always on a long-term plan. Developer would have liked the town to build it, but it was not as high of a priority. And developer wanted to move super fast, so they chose to build it for us, which was great. And then we're able to piggyback to do the other sections of it.
All right. Next project, we have a small turn lane project here, Van Story at Reese. This project really just to add a left turn lane. Right now, there's a median out there, so add a turn lane, give folks a way to get out of the through lane traffic there, to turn from Reese to Van Story. Going to work to design this in-house. Most of the projects that we've been talking about, we hire outside consultants to do a lot of the work. We don't have the staff to be able to do that, so we hire outside. But this one we're going to try to do in-house, save some money to try to deliver that. We're just getting started on the project now, but we hope to be under construction later this year. All right, next project, Beatty's Ford at McCoy. Sometimes this area is called 5 Points because you have 5 different roads that come together all at one spot. So this project looks to add turn lanes, do a little bit of realignment of Beatty's Ford Road and McCoy Road, really to kind of square up the intersection. What you want is to have the roads intersect at 90-degree angles. That's perfect. That's nice. That's not how it always works, though. So we're going to try to get it a little bit better than what is out there today. And as part of that, to gain some efficiency at the intersection, remove the connection to Overhill Road. So currently that connects in, but as part of this project, the Overhill side on the east side would be severed from the intersection. They can still use Carver Avenue or Pembroke, those folks that are over there. Currently, this project, we're coordinating utilities. Again, there's stuff that you see, there's stuff that you don't see. We've been kind of waiting for many months here to get some word back from Duke Energy. If you've been out there, there's one pole that's got stuff strung every different direction. We were really hoping we didn't have to move that, and we just found out that we don't. So we've been waiting about 6 or 7 months to get that answer, and it turned out great. So if everything continues, we hope to start construction probably sometime late next summer.
What happens to Overhill? Like, does that end up becoming a dead end?
That little short section would.
Okay.
We'd have to put in some kind of turnaround, either a hammerhead or cul-de-sac there, and would really just turn into local access for those folks that are right there. So it'd still be a public street. Actually, that's a state road, because part of that's not in town, but that is a state road. But yeah, we'll have to put in a permanent turnaround at the end of that.
Will there be a crosswalk at that intersection?
Yes, as you heard in the public hearing, on the south side, crossing over Beatty's Ford. Yeah, so we plan to put in a traffic signal, and then we're going to put in sidewalk on both sides of the road and kind of fill in the gaps in there down to Carver, and then put a crosswalk right there across Beatty's Ford Road. All right. Staying out there on the west side of town, Beatty's Ford at Hambright. Again, you have two-lane roads with a stop sign that meet. We're going to upgrade it. We're going to add turn lanes, traffic signal out there to improve traffic flow. Also improving stormwater out there. If you've been out there, it's kind of a low sitting area. Water tends to kind of sit out there. What we found when we did the hydraulic analysis, or what our consultant found, was that it's severely under capacity. What's out there today, I think, is a 24-inch pipe under the road. We're going back with, I think, 4 36-inch pipes. tells you the order of magnitude that it should have been that way probably before, but we're gonna make it, we're gonna fix it while we're out there. Hopefully, we can finish up property acquisition this year and then get the utilities relocated. There's also, didn't mention before, but AT&T has a lot of stuff. So if you've driven out there, you see all the boxes kind of on one side of the road. All that has to move. Their initial estimate was 12 months to get that stuff relocated. So once we get all the property, then they can start moving their stuff. Then we can do the road work.
And there's no way to force the utilities to, it's sort of their clock, we try to work with them, but there is no, why can't they do it in 1 month, 6 months, 12 months?
Well, there's just a cost to that.
Well, you can't even put, no, not
Yeah.
even that.
Even if you cut them a blank check, you're working on their schedule.
You pay the check and they still gonna work on their schedule. The bridge was a good example, major DOT project, got pushed back probably over a year just because of utility relocation. So it didn't matter, it was DOT and a major bridge interchange.
Next project, David Kinney Farm Connection. This project would build a roundabout on Burkdale Commons Parkway at David Kinney Farm and Devonshire. Standing too close over here to see it. Yeah, Devonshire. Put a roundabout there to facilitate traffic movement and also pedestrians to cross that way. If you drove out to the end of the neighborhood, David Kinney Farm, which is the Breckenridge subdivision, you can see Burkdale Commons Parkway, but you can't drive to it. Right now, that community only has one way in, one way out. This would provide a secondary way in and out. As part of the 73 project, it's going to be right in, right out only for this neighborhood up there. This provides them additional connectivity to be able to have choices to get places. This project, we started it, we got basically through design, and then the project's kind of been put on pause. As part of the CIP discussions, see what you'd like.
Previous boards, and this project has been talked about many years from my understanding, before I was even here. Obviously, neighborhood don't want it, some people may want it, et cetera. And the board decided to put this on pause, get it to a state, I think 65% plan review or whatever. Stop, because that was a good stopping point, even though we, spent some money. And then make sure 73 was gonna actually happen, because 73's been pushed off. So assuming 73 continues to happen, they're buying right away and it starts construction. Some point in time, this board, we are ready to get starting back on this project, but I'll just be very frank, you're gonna hear pluses and minuses from various citizens in that area. But the last board said at least hold off until 7-3 is guaranteed and then be ready to move this project forward. Something y'all will have to consider. We're ready to move it forward whenever, but it's on pause right now. I don't know if there's any discussion, we'll keep rolling, but at some point in time, we need to decide, are we moving forward with this project or not?
Yeah, I'd be for moving forward with the project. I think Edwin and I had a conversation with, is it Joe Hewitt farther down?
Yes.
And his main complaint was coming out of his neighborhood, because they're gonna be a right in, right out only. He's gonna have to go way down. These folks coming in off of David Kinney Farm Road, it's gonna be right in, right out only. And if they're going to Burkdale or anything, they're gonna have to get out, go to Burkdale, then come back, make a U-turn, come back in their neighborhood. This will allow them to just go out the back of the neighborhood. But when the original plan to connect them was proposed, actually, we were going to do an intersection. We decided to upgrade it to a roundabout traffic circle for safety and some other reasons. And the idea was that they'd be able to flow out of the back of their neighborhood and basically stay off 73. But once 73, they're right in, right out only. They're trapped up there with a lot of U-turn going on.
So do you have an idea of what negatives we might be asked about? Like what some of the concerns
They
are?
were, it's the typical not in my backyard. They thought this would create cut-through traffic. But anybody, first of all, if they're coming the other way, they can't cut through. I mean, because even if you flow in there now, you'd have to take another right turn out of the neighborhood, do another U-turn, so that makes no sense from that direction.
And we had public meetings, we had some meetings, if I recall, Steve and Kevin have to help me. We had feedback from Burkdale neighborhood, and we had feedback from Breckenridge, I guess. And to be honest with you, if I recall, it looked like it was even Steven, so it didn't get a ton of feedback. It didn't like we got hundreds and hundreds of people. And it was literally 50-50 for against, if I recall. I'd have to pull it back out, but it was not overwhelming either way. Now, we may go back next week and new people moved in, who knows? But I think they didn't want to touch it until they knew 73 was a definite. But there will not be full movement at that entrance of that subdivision. You're just gonna right in, right out, that's it.
How many homes are in that, on David Kenny? Do you know?
In Breckenridge?
Just on that, not in the whole neighborhood, but on that
120.
section. Look at you go.
120.
Off
Very
the top of your head.
proud of that one.
Amazing.
So we will, I don't know if, obviously this is the first you're probably hearing about this, but at some point in time, we'll need to make a decision on this sooner rather than later, or it'll just stay there.
Is this like add it to the agenda kind of decision, or?
If we want to move forward, I mean, right now,
Part
we're
of the
just.
CIP?
Mhm.
It's part of the CIP discussion?
Yeah, when we get to CIP, more discussion and budgeting and things like that, we just sort of stopped right here at this point, based on previous feedback.
What, with the concerns about it becoming a cut through, are there, because I'm fairly familiar with that, but coming from the Devonshire direction, like I'm trying to think, is
So if I'm in
there-
Burkdale
Yeah,
and I wanted to come through and go to Denver, possibly I just cut right through there, depending on where you live in Burkdale, I may cut through right there, depend, and head to Denver, get on 73 and head to Denver. Actually, you can't, you have to go right out of there.
But
Yeah,
but if you
there's
think about
people
it,
to turn left on.
Yeah.
if you're gonna, let's say, go to Burkdale Village, you'd have to go down David Kinney, right? Go out Burkdale Parkway, take a right, do a U-turn and come back, where if you just go straight down, you do one U-turn, you'd end up with 3 more turns by cutting through Breckenridge.
You would cut, if you're coming from Denver, maybe you would cut through there to get to your home in Burkdale, but there are other options to go too, so it just,
Because once 73 is done, it'll be flowing. There'd be
Yeah,
no
there's
reason to.
other
And as I said,
options.
coming the other direction would make 0 sense. You'd have
there's
to
just so
cut in
many
there, then
options
take
out
a
of
right and do a
Burkdale.
U-turn. Like, who would do that if you're cruising down 73?
Yeah, there's other parallel routes to come off 73 to get into Burkdale. There's
That's right.
Babe Stillwell.
And for the folks who live there, now they're going to Burkdale, they don't have to get out on 73.
There's a couple different ways. You know,
Yep.
this would just be another choice, if that's who wanted to use it. But definitely for the Breckenridge community, there's currently one way in, one way out. It's 73, so definitely different.
So we'll put it on the sort of side list that we're gonna have some further discussion on.
All right. McCoy at Hambright, and really the McCoy at McElwain too, that's my next slide, but it's 2 separate projects, but it's really something all together. It's 2 intersections that are in close proximity. You've got 2-lane roads out here, you have a 4-way stop there at Hambright. The project would add some turn lanes, and then traffic signals at both intersections to improve traffic flow. Later on in the presentation, talk about a sidewalk project out there. So this area is, it's getting congested. You have schools nearby. You have a fire station nearby. There's been a lot of things that have happened out here, but the roads are the same. So this project and then the next one, McCoy at McElwain, same thing. Just looking to upgrade those intersections, increase traffic flow out there because of all the increase in traffic.
So Stephen, you're saying there are going to be 2 traffic lights, one at Hambright and McCoy, and then another one at McElwain and McCoy?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, be traffic signals at both. Going back to something we talked about earlier, we looked at, could roundabouts out here work?
Yeah.
As well, that may be another solution. There's homes that are right, close to the road. So could we make roundabouts work? We might be able to make roundabouts work. The question is how many homes are you willing to buy in the area to be able to make those solutions work? The footprint for a traffic signal, much smaller than a roundabout. Also out here, kind of on the southern end, so on McCoy, just south of Hambright, you have a power transmission station or a power substation right there.
Money.
If you want to move that, I'm going to need to add some zeros to the end of the budget. You also have a gas station over there too. Those typically are more expensive as well. So if you want to try to avoid that, well now you're pushing the project further, towards where homes are.
But what about a roundabout just at McElwain and McCoy?
So with a close proximity to a traffic signal, sometimes roundabouts you can have some queuing issues. So queues spill back from the signal into the roundabout. Once you have spill back into the roundabout, you're locked up. You also have a fire station right there too. Do you want a locked up roundabout with a fire station pretty close by? So we could, but it could create some traffic.
So you think there's that much traffic out there?
There could create some traffic issues later in the future. Again, it may not be a traffic issue today, but are you gonna come back in 10 years and go, oh, it's a traffic issue now we're gonna have to tear it all out and put something else in? Our thinking was, let's think of the longer term solution where you're not gonna have those potential traffic issues.
I feel like there has been some recent work at Hambright where like a turn lane was added or something.
Yeah, from
So
a
was that in
development.
preparation for this, or just like a potential?
No, that was a private development, went out there and put a right turn lane on Hambright at McCoy. As part of their roadway improvements they committed to. So yeah, you'll see some curbing out there today. It's pretty recent, it's been the past probably handful of years.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was from a developer that put that out there. All right. I'll get into a big fun project, Gilead Road West. So this is widening Gilead Road. Notice a lot of these projects, they're all on state roads. The majority of them are. David Kennedy Farms not, Ranson at Stumptown's not. Pretty much all the rest of them, they're all on state roads. Gilead Road West, that's widening Gilead Road between McCoy and basically Winfield Creek Parkway. Right now, that's a 2-lane road, and they have some turn lanes. This project would take it to 4-lane divided, kind of like how the rest of Gilead is out there today. Add sidewalks, add bike lanes, and really upgrade that. There's a culvert there. I don't know if you noticed where the greenway comes under. That culvert's going to have to be extended. Let's see what else. We're in right-of-way acquisition right now. We have 40, 50 parcels to acquire, and hopefully we can get started on construction late next summer. This project got started when the town submitted for funds to the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization, probably about 5 years, maybe 6 years ago now, to get this project started. So they've kicked in some money. We've gone back to them again to get some more money. So over $10 million of the funding for this project is somebody else's money right now. So we're getting the good return on investment there. So far, we spent a little over $1.5 million on the project. Generally, what does the project look like? This is an overall concept of what the project is. This is on the website if you really want to dive into it. So again, it's widening the road from the 2 lanes now and taking it to 4-lane divided, and then adding turn lanes on the side streets, Winfield Creek Parkway, Ranson, McCoy, to help traffic flow in the area.
Stephen, did we ever get a final word? I know the Winfield folks were wanting to maintain that. You're getting to that? Never mind.
Yeah, next slide here, yep. You've been looking at our presentation. That's good. That's good. So Winfield Creek neighborhoods, there are several different subdivisions. You say Winfield, but there's really multiple Winfields.
3.
Yeah, multiple in there. So they got together and came to the town with a request to add back in a median. So when we add lanes out there to reduce impacts, we took out the median. You don't have to have the median for traffic flow, and actually makes it more challenging for traffic going across if you have more lanes. So the median was taken out by the project. The Winfield community came to us and said, hey, we'd like to have that back, or just leave us alone. we want you to look at both options and see what can work. And so we went back and looked at it a little more closely and came back to them with a couple different options and said, okay, here's a couple of different options that we have. If you want to leave it as is, you know, the neighborhood entrance as is, it's going to be harder to get out of your neighborhood because Gilead Road is your priority. That's who's going to get all the signal timing, the green time, and that's going to get the priority to move traffic. If there's no improvements to your entrance, queues are going to be longer, and it's going to take you longer to get in and out of your neighborhood. You know, it makes sense. There's less lanes, less time at the light, so it'll take you longer to get out. So that's one option. Or the town can look to add back in a median, increase the project a little bit more, and keep the traffic movements as is. And so the neighborhood has come back and said they would support adding back in the median versus taking out a lane to keep the median. So they've provided a letter in writing of their support. I'm looking at Anthony, he's nodding his head. And so we'll have to come back to the town board and say, what do you want to do? Do you want to modify the project? Because there's additional property impacts and costs to the project. You know, do you want to spend those dollars to make that happen?
So we're heading in that direction, and I assume analyzing. We met with the HOAs and the various HOA presidents and sat down, and they came back and gave their support for this. There is some additional costs for right-of-way that we need to analyze and move forward. But with 1,000+ homes in that neighborhood, we thought that if we get if everybody's on the same page, even though it may cost a little more money, it's probably the right decision. So we were going to head down that direction unless you tell us absolutely not. We shouldn't do that. This gets all the laneage that is required, and it gets them the median back at the entrance of that neighborhood. And we would analyze and see what the costs are for those different right-of-way and bring that back to you. But our thinking was to continue to head down that path because that's what they want. We are taking out their median and probably should try to put it back as best we can. It won't be perfect, but I think everybody's in agreement. That's the way we should go. I think Kevin and Stephen would agree with that analysis.
Yeah, either way, I guess from a traffic flow standpoint, if you're keeping the same number of lanes and you're just putting a median, traffic flow is going to be the same. So it's whether you want to put it back in.
Any sense of how much?
We're still working on
Yeah.
developing that, so we need to get it, the plans updated and see what that, or how much it's going to cost to update the plans, how much more property, how much additional cost, and then we'll have a better idea of what that.
But I think we should march down that path. That's what I would recommend based on the feedback, and that's what the neighborhood wants, and it's a big neighborhood, and that's what we should do.
I agree.
Okay, and I agree with that, and I support that. I know there's also been concern about what would happen to, or like the landscaping and like the stone wall and some of those features.
So
Has
they-
that been discussed?
That gets
as part of that?
appraised, and we, figure out what those values are. I'm sure we're close, may already have it. And then the process, I know Stephen will get way down in the weeds, but the process is that ultimately, once we get those numbers, the appraisal folks go out and meet with whomever, the HOA president or whomever, and then present those numbers, and then there may be further negotiation. But they are aware that the wall will come out, will be impacted, other things will be impacted, but we will have to pay for that. And hopefully, we would like for them to agree on the number, but probably in today's market, who knows what the number would be. And they'll try to put something back, I would assume, because there's a lot of area out there, but that, they have to be compensated. No ifs, ands, buts.
They'll rebuild the wall. I've
Yeah.
talked to them, and I went through the first round many years ago and was an HOA president there when they did the turn, so.
But they have been very good to work with. Like I said, we've sat in the room multiple times, and they've understood, because there's been a lot of talk about, could you shift the road the other way? Well, then you're taking out houses. So we've dealt with all that, and I think we're all on it. Seem to be at least on the same page, headed in the right direction.
Okay,
To quickly answer your question, yes, the wall will be impacted, and then they'll be compensated if they choose to put it back, then
Yeah.
they can take the money and do with it as they like.
Because I feel like, not just for Winfield residents, but, I mean, that's one of the more beautiful neighborhood entrances that we have in Huntersville. And, you know, I feel definitely, you know, in looking at things like that, is we can get as close as possible to, at the end of the project, having it have the same as at the beginning, is where I would lean towards.
So.
We try to, if we
Yeah.
can. Sometimes they don't have, so if it's a tight area, they may not have the room to put the wall back.
Right.
Here, it looks like they've got room, which is good, but that's not always gonna be the case, but we try to, we want it to look beautiful too at the end of the day. If at all possible, that's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, so overall, the process is, the impacts would be analyzed, an appraisal would be done to figure out the cost, on the cost, come to a final number, and then the property owner gets the compensation. At that point, they choose what they want to do with the money. They want to build it back exactly the same, then that's what they can do. That's what they can do. But the project wouldn't go in and, pick it up, rebuild it, and do all that for them. We'd compensate the property owner for it, and they can build it back bigger or better. They can do with it whatever they like.
And if they don't agree on the price, then it starts a process of negotiations, and then ultimately it may lead to mediation and so forth, and thus, sometimes it takes a lot longer.
All right, another big project we have going on is Stumptown Road Extension. This project's been discussed about for a long time, but we're really moving forward with it now. So Stumptown Road this is building the section to connect Stumptown to Stumptown. You kind of may chuckle at saying that, but there's already an existing part of Stumptown that comes into the Northstone neighborhood, and then there's another section of Stumptown there at 115. This connects those two to make that the through movement. So it's all new roads. So it's new 2-lane road, new rail crossing, multi-use paths on both sides of the road, sidewalk on the south side to connect over to the Shepherd's neighborhood. So it's a pretty, like the Gilly Row West project, significant project there. We are still several years out from getting started on construction on that project. We're wrapping up the environmental document for that, because it's a larger scale project, and then getting design started. We petitioned CRTPO for some funds for this project, let's say a year or so ago, and we were able to get some. So the price tag has gone up on the project, but we're getting somebody else's money. When you get somebody else's money, the cost of the project does go up. The time it takes to deliver the project gets longer. So there's some pros and cons to getting somebody else's money, but we did get a significant amount of dollars towards this project. The next slide, you can see this is a larger project. Even at this scale, this is still not all of it. So this is the majority of the project. Again, as I said, it's connecting Stumptown to Stumptown with the new road. Also, as part of it, extending Siegel Street. If you've been over to the Public Works facility, extend Siegel Street up to Stumptown Road, adding some turn lanes, adding a new rail crossing. So it's a pretty significant project.
And ultimately, I know it's hard to tell here, but remember Stephen was talking about that development up where the roundabout is on McCord Road. And the developers already put in that roundabout, and the developer is building it up to almost up to 73. This Siegel Street will ultimately connect all the way up to that roundabout.
And I've got a slide on that here coming up on the next project, so you can see that. So this is the majority.
Stephen?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I do have, are the railroad crossings that will be closed, has that all been finalized, or is that still open to discussion?
I'll say we have a preliminary agreement on those, and actually have some more slides to talk about rail crossings in the area as well. So I'll get to that. And if I don't answer your question, I'll double check once we get a little bit further. So as part of this project, in talking back and forth with Norfolk Southern, and really this is the third or fourth option that they presented for where we are right now. So to get a new at-grade crossing at Stumptown, so up here, and sorry, step back, but this shows a little bit more of extending the project north of where we were before. So it extends up north a little bit more, get the turn lane improvements in, and then also a private access drive for some of those private crossings. As part of, again, as part of our negotiations or discussions with Norfolk Southern, to get one new at-grade crossing, their typical is, well, you're going to close 2 or 3 current crossings. And so for this one, the answer what we've stopped on for now is 2 public crossings, 4 private crossings would all have to close to get one new crossing there at Stumptown. The public crossings, and again, I've got more slides on this coming up. 2 public crossings are Rama Church Road and Delwood. Then there's 4 private crossings, all right in this area. 3 north of where Stumptown would go, and then another one south of there. And it's kind of, so next slide shows, so Rama Church Road, that crossing there would be closed, and the road would be taken up there and around that, and then the Delwood crossing would also have to be closed as part of that. So, the question may be, why can't we go somewhere else? Let's take up some other crossings instead. Let's keep those. Here on the left side of the screen, this is where existing railroad crossings are today. All right, and there's several of them. What Norfolk Southern wants, and it's safer too, is to have a grade separated crossing, not to have an at-grade crossing with rail and road. You know, you have an overpass that goes over it or under it. That's safer. There's no interaction between those 2 conflicting things. So there are several grade separated crossings at the southern end of town, and so the ones on the left is what's out there today. If you have the Stumptown project and then also the Caldwell Crossing, is that right, Brian? Caldwell Crossing development up there north of 73.
Up by Maze Road.
Yeah, up by Maze Road, same thing. They're wanting to put in a crossing there at Coach Lane. 2 at-grade crossings have to come out. Caldwell Station crossing and then the Maze Road crossing. Both of those have to come out to get 1. And so it's not a 1-for-1 or, hey, let's add an additional one. It's typically a 1 for 3 or 1 for 2, 3 or 4 to get there. And so if you look up here and you see, all right, well, let's look at our other ones. What other ones maybe we want to swap? There's not a, I mean, are you going to take out 73 or Holbrooks or Huntersville? I mean, where else would you go?
So that's what we're kind of up against there. Is
Yeah.
the first time they said take out 73, and obviously
Yeah, that was their first answer was, why
can't
don't you
do
get rid
that.
of the 73 crossing? Wait a minute, that's,
Unless you build a bridge over, and I don't know if we got enough money. I had a whole lot more zeros.
yeah. So the DOT didn't do it when they did their project. Probably tells you it's super expensive to do. But yeah, so that's
We'll stop right here, because I know there's some questions, but that's the problem. Where do we, what other, options do we have to close? And Stephen can go through the various ones on the map there, but probably 73 that's a no-go. Gibson Park maybe, but see, there's another one. So you could throw out different ones, but what's the other one, Stephen? I just say them. I can't see that far.
yeah. So, and I'm standing too close to be able to read them from here too. But you've got the Coach Lane. So up there right now, you've got Maze and Caldwell Station, 2 not great crossings now. That's going to change with the new development. So you're already taking out crossings there. Next one's down. You got 73, McCord Road, Stumptown Road. If we do our project, you got 4th Street. Just paid Norfolk Southern to upgrade 4th Street right there at the new roundabout. You say, oh, just kidding, take that one out. You've got Huntersville Concord Road. Again, Main Street project, just paid to upgrade that one. That's a major east-west road. You've got Gibson Park Drive, that's a lesser one. There had been some discussion previously about Gibson Park versus Delwood. Delwood, there's a lot more grade change right at the crossing, because you have roads on either side, and Main Street's much lower, so you get, that's a much more challenging crossing now for vehicle movement versus Gibson Park's, pretty much at level. You've got Holbrook's Road. If you took away Holbrook's Road, how would folks get there? Some of these other ones down here, like Bearhoff. Bearhoff's already grade separated. That's already done. You can't do that one. Hambright, Brighton Ridge, they're already overpasses, so those wouldn't count. The other one's down at Brighton Corporate, and that's it. That's all the crossings, at grade crossings we have in town right now.
So probably the two options are Delwood versus Gibson, in reality. And I think that was looked at, y'all will have to help me, but various boards supposedly toyed with those options. And for various reasons, grade separation, et cetera, kept marching down the path of, because this has come up before, of Delwood and, help me.
Gibson Park.
Yes, well, I'm talking about, they looked at Delwood and Gibson Park, chose to close Delwood
Rama Church.
and Rama Church. Now, obviously, Rama Church is a major road, but that's getting extended and tying into Stumptown.
Yeah, Stumptown's gonna tie into Rama Church at the roundabout. So you're putting in a new road to divert the folks to that location. And then also probably take out the traffic signal there at Rama Church too. So now you're increasing your separation, as mentioned before, between the traffic signal at Stumptown and the northern roundabout.
I wish we didn't have to do, ultimately, we don't want to close 2 or 3, but, the railroad is, I don't know how to best explain it. Whether you believe in Christ or not, it's like the second coming of Christ. That's how it is. It is a pain, and you know what to deal with, and you get nothing.
And so they're requiring to close a
Yes.
specific number, they're requiring to close 3.
They have mandated, we fought back to try to do, say, why do we have to do this? But unfortunately, if we continue with this, we have no choice if you continue with this project. And that's where we are so far. So if there's other direction, obviously, we need to know that, because we don't want to get, the farther we get down, the more money we spend, we need to know that.
And we did, let me just throw out some information, one last piece. We did do a traffic count at Delwood and Gibson Park, because there had been some discussion at those two locations, maybe swapping one for the other. Definitely more traffic currently uses Gibson Park than Delwood.
Well, that answered one of my questions, so thank you.
Sure.
I am curious, I know the grading's an issue at Delwood right now. Can that, if that was the option that was chosen, can that be improved to an extent that it's not as dangerous as it currently is?
To raise, so the grade of the rail is gonna be the grade of the rail. So you'd have to raise, Main Street a pretty good bit. So, and you can't just raise it right there. You don't put in an elevator. You gotta go in both directions a pretty good ways to raise the road up to be able to do that. So,
And it's actually, in my mind, Old Main Street is where Delwood crosses, and you got houses immediately up against the road.
Yeah, you probably have to take that house out.
So raising that road, you'd be taking houses out.
is it possible? Sure. You got money and bulldozers. We can do whatever you want, but I say there's a cost of time associated with that. So.
There was reference in one of the public meetings, in one of the meetings about public comments, that there was a solution that people had talked about, and there's a way we can fix this. And I just was curious if there had been specific ideas that had been brought up that we decided we couldn't do, or anything like that.
I'm not aware of any of those, but
Okay.
Kevin will stay. I'm looking at these guys, because
Okay.
Yeah, I don't recall anything you know, another solution, oh yeah, this is, I think there's a better solution out there, I think we'd probably already be doing it. It's challenging. It's not great, it's not what we want. We'd just like to have another crossing. I mean, that's first choice. But that's not where we are.
When was the traffic count done?
Traffic count was done probably a year or so ago. I say that it was I want to say the last board.
I will say
Kinda talk
Commissioner
back.
Kidwell and maybe Kovacs, and don't hold me to it, and others, obviously, wanted to weigh those options, let's reconsider those. And I know there were some meetings, don't hold me, I don't know dates, but, you know, they wanted further information, you know, what's the, you know, what are we talking about here? Just like you said, taking out houses to traffic counts, et cetera. So Steve and his team went and analyzed that a little bit further. And from what I understand, is they came back and basically said, keep going with Gibson. Now,
Yeah, that was the answer we got was as commissioners, I believe, talked to some neighbors out there about it.
When?
I don't know who.
I'm sorry.
I don't know who or when, but,
Yeah.
you know, it was a while ago and got some feedback.
Okay.
We weren't part of that process, we just provided some information.
they had,
About.
supposedly they had, community staff wasn't involved in those, so we
Okay.
don't know dates and times
So
and
it
who.
wasn't a staff-led community engagement?
No.
Okay.
And there's no reports of that can be.
Yeah,
I don't-
I don't have a
Summary,
report, no.
Okay. Ways I'm looking around the room is, I don't have a report.
Okay.
And maybe we can follow up with those commissioners, whether they took some private minutes, I'm not sure. We like to be involved with those, so I can sit here and not look like an idiot, even though that's easy for me to do. But we were not involved in those. So it's hard for me to give you those facts.
Okay.
If you'd like to update the traffic counts,
Yeah, we can,
definitely do
we
those.
can do that. We can even ask the railroad again. I think I probably know what the answer's gonna be. Probably tell me to get lost, but I mean, that's,
They could come back and say, oh, you know what, let's close another public crossing while you're at it.
Wow.
They could come back with that answer. I don't know. It typically doesn't get less when you keep asking. That's just been the trend. Less crossings to close.
Stephen, where are we with this I didn't, the timeline again, or what phase are we in, or?
So
Are we
right
at a
now, we're,
25, 45, 65?
yeah, we're not yet. We are wrapping up the environmental document. Since we're getting federal dollars now, state or federal dollars as part of this project, you have to take time and spend more money, but we have to do an environmental document for that. We're finishing that up now, and we're getting started in design on the project.
And it was $5-some million CRTPO funds?
Yep. Let's go back to. So our last cost estimate was around 15 million. We're getting, CRTPO's committed $5 million towards a portion of this project. We've spent about 850,000 so far to date on the project. Timeline, I say I'd love to get done sooner, but with the federal dollars that we're getting, they're tied to certain years that the funds are available. So we're gonna have to slow down a little bit. One, you're getting somebody else's money and you have to do all their check boxes, but when the money's available also dictates when we can go forward with the project. So we could tell them, no, we don't want your money, and pay for 100% of it and do it on whatever schedule we want, or we could slow down a little bit and then take $5 million and keep going forward. Right.
So on that one, I mean, the one we just were talking about, we probably need to, we're continuing down the path unless we're told otherwise. So you have to just give us, you know, ultimately, this board can say, stop the train if they want to. That's ultimately up to you, but as we get further along, we spend more money, and also, we've got CRTPO dollars there that we'd have to figure out. I don't know, I know they're there, have we tapped into those yet?
No, we're not even to that point yet.
So, you know, obviously, we'd have to, I assume, turn those funds back. We hadn't used them. They're paper money right now, but we'd probably have to turn those back in, or figure that out. We've never gone through that yet, but if that's what the board decides to do, that's what we do. But unless you tell us otherwise, we will continue to march down this path until you say stop. We'll continue to do research. If you want us to do research on things, you have to just tell us. And that's what we're here for. If you think after this meeting, hey, I want you to do X, Y, and Z, please tell us. We'll make sure that the majority of the board wants that. That's what we'll do.
Are we able to get, a staff-led, community engagement process with the traffic, study? Is that possible where the staff can be involved in getting the traffic study so that it's reported, documented, everybody can see? With
Yeah.
Delwood versus Gibson Park, is that,
Sure.
are we able to do that?
Yeah, we could order up if the head's nod and said, you know, Anthony, we'd like to do a new count at those intersections. You know, whatever whenever we can get it done, we'd order that up. I assume we hire someone to do that, or we do those in-house now? On the
If you
small
just
one.
want to know how many people are going over the railroad tracks, we can probably do that in-house. We do have cameras that we can deploy, temporary cameras that we can deploy, for a day or two, and somebody sits in there and watches a video and counts the traffic. Hits a button every time somebody goes over. That's how it works. But we can do that in-house, or we can hire somebody, either way, so.
So we can do that if there's enough heads say, yeah, let's at least get some new information, and we can do that.
Can both of them be done at the same time?
Yes. Yeah, we could count both. We have two portable cameras.
And then maybe we can do, because we don't have here, but maybe we can do some more analysis on one's here, one's, there, whatever. And this is based on what we see. We'd have to, let's just say we were to eliminate Gibson and actually bring up Delwood to the standard. We can maybe do some, I'm looking at Kevin over there, he's probably thinking, what? We may be able to do some preliminary analysis. Are we affecting 3 houses? And Anthony, we need to know if it's cannot be done, then you need to know that. I don't want to lead you down a path and I have to come back and say, can't do that. Delwood cannot be done. I don't know. So we can try to get some numbers and see what that looks like, so that maybe this board will have a more informed decision to say, keep rolling or stop and go the other direction.
Thank you.
Kevin, you think we can do a little something like that to kind of put a little more numbers around it?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, we hopefully get you in the ballpark.
Right.
That'd be great.
Okay.
That was the right answer, Kevin.
We're all
addi-
nodding.
In addition to the traffic study, I know there's been concern within the community about cemetery.
That's the
What
next
type
one.
of study will,
Oh,
that's next?
Yeah, it's the next
Yeah.
slide.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
Next
waiting.
slide.
Do your homework.
I like it, y'all looking.
We got it teed up for you.
Yeah, we're ready on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic.
Picking on somebody else now.
Y'all
I
looking
pick on
ahead.
everybody.
That's good. All right. Next one, Church Street, Holbrooks to Delwood. So this, if you've been out there, there is no road that connects, in these two locations. So it's a new, I'd say, local street connection. So it's one lane in each direction, 25-mile-per-hour posted speed limit, multi-use path on one side. As mentioned before, maybe before lunch, but the Scene Trail or the Mooresville to Charlotte Trail, or whatever they rebrand to next, there is proposed to go from Mooresville all the way down into Charlotte, runs along the railroad, and this project would build just a little teeny portion of that. There's been some concerns we've heard about, this project's adjacent to a couple of cemeteries. Well, we have the same concerns. What's out there. Here's how much we think the project's going to cost, and how much we spent to date up there. So stepping back, and I mean way back, way up. So the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization, or CRTPO, completed something called a Comprehensive Transportation Plan, or CTP. If you want to look up that, you know, you Google CRTPO, CTP, you'll get these same maps, okay? This is on their website. These were completed probably 6-7 years ago. Brian, looking at Brian to confirm. Planning was a part of that process. So for the whole region, a transportation plan was developed, talking about roads, bikes, greenways, all of that stuff was looked at all at once. Public involvement was done for that, and each municipality voted on maps. So the screen on the left is just one sheet or one page out of the probably 10 or 15 of all the different maps. It's hard to see at that big of a scale and put it up here on screen. If you go online, you can zoom in and out as much as you want. Took a little blow up here on the other side. That's the part of Church Street that we're talking about. Okay, so Church Street, Meacham Farm, Siegel Street, it's all the same, but the planned road actually starts down in Brighton at Hambright, and then kind of parallels the road and meanders its way up through Huntersville, Cornelius, and into Davidson. Now, once all of that gets built in the very far future from now, you could drive that and get there. It's not going to be quick. It's going to take you to intersections. You're going to have to wait, make turns, but you could. Okay? So it's going to parallel the road, and again, this is just one small piece of that larger network. So just a brief thing about the Scene Trail. I don't know if Michael has more on this or not. I got this from Tracy Houck. Scene Trail, again, it's a planned vision for a multi-use path that goes from Mooresville all the way down into Charlotte. I don't know if you want to ride your bike that far. I don't know if I could ride my bike that far, but you could have that option, you know, and you may travel on segments of that, just like Church Street. So again, zooming in more. So I'm starting way back here at the regional level and getting more close to the project. So you can see where Church Street is. You know, it's between Holbrooks and Delwood. It's just east of Mount Holly Huntersville Road and 115, just on the other side of the railroad tracks. Zoom in a little bit more. You can see here, here's some landmarks up there. You've got the Huntersville Presbyterian Church Cemetery at the northern end. You see where Church Street is proposed. You've got the Waymer Center down on the southern end. You've got the AME Zion Church there at the southern end of the project. Again, just zooming in here just to give you some background. We can go back to these slides if you have questions and want to look at something. One thing to note on this slide, this has some parcel lines on it. You can see where the Huntersville Presbyterian Church Cemetery, you see how that doesn't look like a square, but it looks like a square with a bite out of the side of it. And then you have a long skinny parcel to the south of that. The developer bought that. When the developer bought that, the town actually partnered together and purchased right-of-way along the cemetery piece at the north, and then along that piece the developer bought as well. So when the developer bought that portion from the church cemetery association, at the same time, the town bought right-of-way from those. So that way, that wouldn't have to be bought later on. As part of that, I think we brought that to the board as a separate action at that time.
Yeah, I don't remember how many years ago, but that, dealing with the cemetery committee is different from the church, and it's, a lot of history. And they had to go through a major process to even be able to get that right of way. But the right of way for those two parcels were obtained, and then Stephen's gonna go further, and there's some other parcels.
Yep.
Question,
Yes, sir.
would the town consider purchasing the parcel from the developer?
Town can, I'm gonna look over here to Anthony
Yeah,
and
I mean-
Emily, if the town can buy
It's like
any
Fort
piece
Worth.
of property.
Could we, but we would typically, if we buy, we would it would wanna be for a specific purchase or need. And so we would look to the board of what that purchase and need is. We typically don't buy entire property unless it's for a purpose or need, or it's, if we're taking so much right of way that per the process, it deems that that piece of property is no longer able to be developed, et cetera. So possibly, and I don't mean to be,
Right.
you know, kind of willy-nilly, it just could, but it needs to be a public purpose.
It is, but, and we can discuss it, but yeah.
So, that's the first part of the first bullet. Also, another parcel was acquired, just this past year at the very southern end. I've got a slide on that next to show, there was a tax foreclosure that was occurring, on another parcel on the southern end of the project. And the town put in an offer. It was, I'm gonna defer to Bobby a little bit on that process. If you wanna get into that process, I'm gonna point to Bobby on that, but town made an offer on that. It was put up for bid. Town made an offer, and we were.
Can you show where that is in conjunction to the project?
It's my, I'm telling you, y'all must have been looking at my slides. It was right on there. So, just a couple of points here. We're currently coordinating with utilities out there. Get that all nailed down right now. We haven't started property acquisition yet. We just had that resolution come and we delayed it a little bit. And then once that's completed, then we'll have to move utilities and then construction. Those are the remaining steps on the project. So again, this is an aerial view. I'm trying to put a bunch of slides in here again, just in case you wanted to point and, hey, I want to look at this. Hey, I want to look at that. It's in here, so we can come back to it. This is the same slide as before, just with an aerial background. So so you can see where it is. But so this is a zoomed in view of where those parcels are. So, and this is right here, kind of near the southern end of the project. But you can see on the north there in the green kind of highlight area. So from there all the way up to Delwood, right of way's been acquired, you know, through that purchase agreement with the Cemetery Association. Before they sold it to the developer, they owned both of them. Then sold one to them, and we bought part. So it was three parties all at the same time. So from there north, we have the road right of way for the project. And I've got some more slides, again, to dive into it at even another level. The parcel we acquired on the south that was in foreclosure was the smaller parcel in green. The overwhelming majority of that parcel is needed for this project. That's why the town secured it.
When you say overwhelming majority, right? Because in conjunction to that, if you look at it in real time, a house sits right there. Are you saying majority of that, or you're just saying
Just the one
what
in
you
green.
purchased?
That little green sliver,
What's in green?
so that was like a sliver, I don't know who owned it, but maybe y'all remember, but it was in tax foreclosure of the county, just that little sliver.
Right.
And then ultimately, a lot of times the county will reach out to, you know, town, especially if there's a ton of taxes owed on it, and then let the towns know, is this something you're interested in? And if it's a road project, we will look at moving down that path and make purchase. And so that was one that was a road project. We just typically we don't mess with it unless it's a road project or parkland, a public need. And so that piece we moved forward on the foreclosure because of this road project was in the hopper.
And I've got even a more detailed slide that may answer your question on what's really there.
Okay, yeah.
But just wanted to show, so from there north, which if you go back and look, you know, the cemetery at the north and then the vacant parcel to the south, you're 2/3, 3/4 of the way of the project. The right of way's been acquired on the northern part of the project for the most of the right of way. I'll say most. Now we're getting even more. So this is the plans, and we highlighted the plans here, so you can see. Gosh, and it's hard. It's hard to see. You really want to zoom in. You want to get on your screen and zoom in so far, but so down there, the part that's the parcel in green that I had before, that's under the road or under the multi-use path. That's where that parcel is. And so outside of that, we do still have a little teeny bit of need on the southern corner. I don't know if I can.
Which it looks like a piece of that parcel actually cuts on that property line. It's a fine line, right?
Yeah, say there's that little teeny weeny red triangle there. That does get that gets outside that one in green, just right there on that corner. Based on the plans and the survey, again, I'm able to zoom in up here a little bit. It's not the house, say it doesn't touch the house or anything right there, if that's your question.
The fence, right there, yeah. It's like it's a fence there.
Yes, it
So
does
looking at
look
that
like
parcel, it's
it's-
like a triangle type, yeah, it's like right under that fence.
And
Yeah,
so we would have,
yes.
if this project continues to move forward, we would have to obviously get that appraised, we'd have to negotiate with the property owner. Let's say it does touch the fence and all that. All that would be part of negotiation, to put a fence back, maybe they don't want a fence, maybe they want money, depends, they may want a wall. There's all sorts of things that, through that process, we'll have to work with those owners if it continues to move forward.
Okay.
Yeah,
And I don't think we've got to that, have we
no,
done appraisal?
We haven't, because we haven't started
So-
property acquisition.
So we haven't
don't
got there yet.
determine how much a fence costs and how much the property's gonna, until we get started in property acquisition. Because if we can't do that, then what's the point of spending money on all the appraisals and all those things? So we haven't done any of that. But if the plans, which we do know, if the plans show that a fence or entrance monument or anything on somebody's property is impacted, that'll get included in the compensation amount in the initial offer to the property owner. And then, as Anthony said, it's back and forth from there. And then,
And we try to settle everything we can within reason. If it's worth $1,000, you want $1 million, we're probably not gonna settle. But we try to settle as best we can every property possible. I mean, that is, at the end of the day, that person hopefully is maybe happier if we do that, and the town has, so we're both maybe leaving happy.
So I thought that we had already started property acquisition because we had gotten the property that we needed.
Early on, we did, because this was a project on the list, and those opportunities presented themselves, like the church knew of the road project, I say the church, the Huntersville
Yeah, the
Presbyterian
cemetery.
Cemetery, which is separate from the church.
Yeah.
And then they were looking at selling the piece, I guess, to
Okay.
generate some funds to help upkeep the cemetery. So at that time, I can't remember, 2020, whenever they came to us, maybe, it's probably negotiations sooner than that. That started to transpire and we were able to settle. So we jumped on that because it was an opportunity that presented itself.
So we
And
haven't talked to anybody about the remaining parcels.
Yeah.
We have met with the AME Zion Church and multiple, I'll just say, entities. They, they go through different church. There's a higher church, and they go through a higher church.
is
God,
it
I
the
can't.
bishop?
Huh?
Is it the bishop?
Bishop, diocese, or whatever. And so it's not a simple process as I go meet with a normal property owner.
Okay.
But there's been conversations and meetings, and but
We've talked with them, but we haven't, created those appraisals and made any of those offers.
we've had nothing to
because-
show them
Okay.
ultimately to really. I don't think we haven't had this to sit down and say, because we got to design it and do all that, get to a point. All of our meetings were, well, it could come up this far, and like here, I think Steve is gonna tell you, if we're to continue this project, it's tight in there, so we want to. Normally, we have gap between the sidewalk and the road, but here we squeeze the sidewalk or the seam trail, whatever you want to call it, right up against the curving because it's so tight. So, does it meet our normal standard? Probably not, but that's what you have to do to try to make it work and fit, and hopefully not have as much impact on cemeteries, churches, etc. So, but we have not presented this to that group, and there are different people sometimes involved because different bishops, they move on, So I don't know who we would talk to now. We'd have to go back. If this continues, that would be part of the process.
So the cemetery property pieces have already been acquired.
For the
Uh,
majority,
for the
for the majority of it.
Presbyterian Church.
By
For the
Dealwood,
majority of it. And
That's
now,
Dealwood.
I've got,
not.
say, next slide. So,
Not the one that.
Hold-
But there's cemetery that is associated with the actual AME Zion Church. Well, there's some grave sites out there, whether it's a official cemetery, like the Hunters of Presbyterian, but there are markers, grave markers out there, and thus, I know I'm jumping this, that's why we had to go ahead and do some of this heat sensor or whatever you call it.
so what we did to see if there was something out there underground,
Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted to know.
Yeah.
Graveyard study.
at both, okay? So you have two cemeteries out there. I mean, you know it, there's cemeteries out there. So we wanted to see what we could without digging or without disturbing the ground. And so we hired a firm that does radar. So they shoot radar, they walk over it, and then can look to see this is what they do. It's not my area of expertise, but they look to see, is there anything that could be something you may want to avoid out there at both the cemetery at the north and then also at the AME Zion Church. And we have the report for the church at the north, and they are working to finish up the report for the AME Zion Church. And once that report's ready, we're going to give it to the church. If y'all want a copy of it too, that's fine. We told them, hey, we'd like to do it. Said, hey, can we get a copy of it? Sure, we're going to give them a copy of that. And so what we found from the cleared areas that they were able to survey was that there wasn't anything that we looked like we needed to avoid. So that's where we are on that part.
In regards to the ground study, how far into, like, how far did they do the study? Was it just that clear part, or was it in that wooded area as well? Because I do know that was purchased by the developer, but was that done? Did the developer have that done, or are you all having that done in that ground study?
So the ground penetrating radar is on cleared area. So if it's heavily wooded, basically the thing, as I understand, it looks like a lawnmower, and you kind of push it over the ground, and it takes the information. That doesn't go over trees, so
Right.
it's only on the area that's cleared. We did not do their entire property for them. We stayed out where
Where the
we
right of
thought
way is, I
projects. Yeah, we're kind of where the right of way is, maybe a little bit more, just to again make sure that we had the area covered. We didn't do the whole property, only the areas that
We may
in the project
impact.
or may be nearby.
Okay,
So that's where we stayed. The densely wooded area, no, we didn't go in there because it's densely wooded. The
right.
equipment wouldn't work in there. So that's the area that we did with those two studies. Again, the one on the north, we're done with that one. The one on the southern end, they've told us the results, but we don't have that final report yet.
So
Okay.
Is there a method to look for unmarked graves that isn't astronomically expensive in a wooded area?
Good question.
Is the wooded area, so
I must say, it's going to be probably tougher with tree roots out there. So again, you're not digging into the ground. You're scanning using stuff that looks through. It's going to find stuff. It may be a tree root, or then how do you tell without digging out there to find? You can do some exploration if you want, but you may have to go out there and dig to do that. I don't know. We can ask and see if they have anything.
And then the other question that I had is, do you know how close Huntersville AME Church will sit? Like how many yards, feet is it from,
So it's,
if this were to go through?
you kind of see on there on,
Because I know tight was a good word for it, Anthony.
yeah, it's definitely going to get closer than it is today. Absolutely. But yes, we can scale off the drawings to give it an approximate location.
Yeah,
How-
I'd love
how
to
far it
know.
would be.
and you go from the red line, because the red line is a right of way, the Yellow will be more, it's just a temporary construction easement, so that goes back.
Yeah, so as Anthony was saying, we pulled in the seam trail. The typical section here is to have, you want some distance between your trail and your road. That's what you want, to get a little bit of separation. We pushed the trail right up to the back of curb, just went ahead and did that to minimize the impacts along here and then also on the northern end at the cemetery. Same reason, we want to minimize what we need and what would be impacted, as part of that project. So it jogs back in, and once you get past the church and into the developer's frontage, that path kind of jogs back out. Then jogs back in once you get to the cemetery on the north. Same reason, want to minimize the impacts or minimize the disturbance in that whole area of the project. There is a little bit of easement that we need that's outside the right of way on those parcels. So in that resolution that we brought before you, these parcels are listed, but we're not acquiring all the right of way, only the additional that we need. That's all that would be required on that.
Never mind, it's gone.
Right, so.
Oh, I remember. So sorry.
No,
At some point in my questions about this, when it was on the agenda a couple weeks ago, I asked, what if we do, like, we start the project and we start digging and we come across something? I was told, we'll handle that with the utmost care. What does that mean?
I guess it depends on what we find and wherever we find it.
Okay.
We don't know, I probably said, we don't know what we'll find out there until we start digging.
Yeah.
That's the same on every project.
Yeah, I
It's
was gonna say, we can find anything anywhere, right? We start
Anywhere,
digging
anywhere,
and- yeah.
anytime. I mean, you could start digging and find all kinds of stuff. I'm sure Kevin could sit in here for a while tonight, if you want to listen to Kevin talk about the stuff on Main Street where they dug, there was supposed to be stuff there and they didn't find it. So you got that too. You dig down, there's supposed to be a water line right here. They dug a huge hole and they found nothing. So there's that too. And then it's like, where is it? So now you're just, so yeah,
So we'll,
you find all kinds of stuff when you start digging around.
ultimately, if this project continues to move forward, we're gonna try to do whatever technology's out there, that if it's a piece that is impacted by the road, any technology we can use to find a grave, we wanna know about it. Because the last thing we want to do is impact the grave. That is, that's just a showstopper. So, that's what we want to, if this continues to move forward. All I was just saying and you talked a little bit about the seam trail. Originally, the seam trail veered off and went through the neighborhood. This was before, I guess, this project got started. When this project started to come to fruition, we said it makes sense for the seam trail to hug the railroad, stay on the railroad, stay as close to it and continue down that path, because then you're not pushing through the neighborhood, because we, unfortunately, we can't even get sidewalks. We'd love to put sidewalks in the neighborhood if the neighborhood wants it. But it's complicated. Some people want it, some people don't. We get that. Some people want it on this side of the street, some want it on the other side of the street. So the same thing with the seam trail, we thought, well, push this out to the railroad track, not push it through the middle of the neighborhood. And that's where the map showed them, who knows when that thing will be dead. Probably by the time the seam trail is built, probably 3 times over, but that's the reason we pushed all that stuff out to the railroad track. In this project, we're at a point that, I'm gonna use the David Kinney Farm. If this board said stop, are we at that point to stop?
Pretty much. We're finalizing those utility relocations. We're coordinating with utility companies. There's Energy United and Electricities and AT&T out there now. So we're coordinating with them to get their final locations of where they need to go. The hope is that they can just go right at the back of the sidewalk or right at the back of the trail, or if there's a gap between the trail and the street, they may put a pole in there. And that's the hope right now. But until we get that final design from them, we don't know. There's, let's say, at the northern end of the project, if I got a good slide. Again, this is tried to blow up the sheets again so you could look at these if you had questions. At the very northern end of the project, it's hard to read these, it's hard to see, but believe me, there's a pole right in the corner in the street that we're gonna have to move. When you move one pole, you probably don't just move that one pole. You gotta look both directions and see, okay, where does the pole up need to go, or down need to go, or, you know, you can't usually just move one. So the pole at the very northern end of the project's gonna have to move. That could mean that the next pole up may have to do something, or need a new guy wire, or something else. So that's what we're trying to figure out, to see if anybody else is impacted. If we're impacting the utilities, we have to go get the easements for them to relocate to. It's not the utility company that does that, we have to do that. So we want to know that before we go to the property owners the first time, so that when we go to them the first time, they know everything. We don't go to them first time, oh, we need this little bit, and come back 8, 12 months later and say, oh yeah, we need some more. We want to avoid that. We want to go out there and go one time and acquire everything we need.
So you're telling me we're at if this board, I'm using David Kinney Farm Road as an example, if this
The board
board
said
is
stop. This
ready to
is
pause,
pretty
this is a
much-
good point to stop. It's a good time to
We're
pause if we
pause.
were gonna pause, like
Um,
David.
Do you wanna talk about the raise grants situation?
Yeah, we do wanna talk, the raise grant, I didn't know, Bobby, so
Can
while
I
Bobby's
ask
getting-
one quick
yes, ma'am.
confirmation before we move on to that? I'm so sorry. I just want to confirm, we're not talking about eminent domain with any of these properties at this point.
yeah, everything is, we wanna negotiate and settle.
Okay.
And it may be
Yeah.
that we can't, we hadn't got there yet,
And then we
We-
will be asked at that point to decide if we want to do
but
that?
if it's yes, if it gets back, you know, those type things will come back to the board if it gets to a certain amount. I only have, sort of like, you remember, we had one that came forward and I only had authority to go a certain amount. Then I had to come back to the board. So
Right.
the same thing would happen here. Let's just say we cannot settle. But if it's a project you never want to do, we want to stop the bleeding earlier than later.
Yeah.
And if we want to pause it, we want to pause it at the right point. Now, pausing it, just like David Kinney Farm, doesn't mean it goes away. Another board may pick it up depending on what's happening. Like 73 gets widened, the new board may pick it up and say, okay, now 73 is widened, let's do it. So I just want to share all that information on what you want to do. But if you want to pause it, this board can pause it. It's that simple.
I've got another question as well before. What would the ramifications be if Delwood Railroad Crossing closes and the decision was made to pause or not move forward with the Church Street project? Like, how would that impact, especially folks who live along Delwood, and access and getting out onto the main roads?
Yeah, so if,
Gibson.
excuse me, if Delwood closes, then they'll have to go to another crossing if they want to, have to go to Gibson Park or use Central to go down to Holbrooks. That's the two adjacent crossings. So if you're on Delwood and you want to go south, then you're going to use Central Avenue. I mean, that's your connection.
So it
So-
would funnel folks down. I was
so-
thinking the southward direction.
Yeah, so if folks want to go south, then Central Avenue, then folks will use Central Avenue then. I mean, just look at a map. If you punched in Google and said, hey, I'm trying to go here, it's probably going to tell you to go take that if you're trying to go south.
Which would then in turn, if you're looking at it from a resident that lives on Delwood, you got Vermillion traffic coming, you got Delwood traffic coming, which will funnel through either Central or Gibson, which will increase traffic. So then you would have to look at your traffic calming, your sidewalks, all that will be invested. Is that hopefully what will come from that, if that happens?
On Central,
On
I'm
that.
asking, or on Central Avenue you're talking about, or on
Central,
Delwood?
I know that's proposed for Central already, that's a proposal for Central, but it's only like a small amount on Delwood where the sidewalks will come down. Would that go all the way up? Because then the traffic flow would then increase.
So we would love to put sidewalks throughout the entire neighborhood. I would just love to. If I could find someone to help us get that accomplished, I'll walk to them door to door. we can't get there yet. I don't know how we get there, but if you can help me get there, we would do that all day long. That's just something we've been wanting to do. And I'll point blank say it myself,
And I'll jump in, part of that was in the raise grant.
yeah.
The previous board authorized us to, we worked with a consultant to apply for federal raise grants, transportation grant. At the time, I think our Church Street project was about $2.4 million. Stephen told you today it's $4 million. But we were looking at trying to take that 2.4 and leverage it to get about another almost $8 million. That would have been the Church Street extension money for resulting connections that basically would connect Pottstown to downtown. It would do the Seam Trail along Church Street. It would do sidewalk, or it would be a side path on Church Street. It'd be sidewalk on Delwood, then a side path on Holbrooks Road from the basically the railroad connecting to that Seam Trail all the way down to Waymer Park. So it was a series of connections, multimodal, a lot of things referenced in the 2040 plan, and then certainly some of the process with the Downtown Plan Steering Committee. You know, there seemed to be interest in connecting Pottstown to downtown. This was an effort to help do that.
Would there be, traffic or a stoplight placed at Holbrooks and what's that, 115, I think?
This didn't consider any of that.
It didn't consider that?
That's a DOT deal.
So we didn't get the grant this time.
Okay,
We scored very well.
okay,
And a lot of times with a raise grant or these big federal grants, there's certain factors you're pretty much guaranteed you're not gonna get it the first time. But you're in the hopper, you get to talk to the agencies, hey, what can we do better? We think we have a good shot if we apply again.
So here's the
And
problem.
Your conversation today, this week, is very important because that application's due at the end of the month. So if this project's going on the shelf, we're not gonna resubmit. If it's still out there and we're open, then we would like to make sure you guys are all on board and supportive of us resubmitting.
Yeah, we were using this project to before the raise grants came up, it was previous board said, build this project, move forward. Then we said, well, when we found out about raise grant, wow, can we turn this into something else better? And thus we applied. We didn't get it like Bobby said, but we scored well, so I think Heather and others sat in on what can we do to tweak, to massage it, to hopefully get it this next time. Problem is, sorry about the timing, but it's literally we have to apply in the next month.
This month.
This month, I'm sorry. If this project is a no-go, let's say we stop this project, we can't use this project as the seed money for it. So we want to just be all open on what we're doing. So
To get federal money, you have to have a match. You don't just get 100% of the dollars, so you have to go and match. So this
So
project was gonna be.
this was our match.
It's like an 80-20 split. This is our, we had basically 23%, 77% of the grant.
And thus we will not submit for it again if the board says, obviously, no, pause, we're not doing this project. So that's why I wanted to make sure thank you, Mayor, for reminding me. Bobby was teed up to talk about that. It's just timing I can't control the federal grant process, but, so it's important because we're getting to a point where we'll have to decide whether to resubmit to get some of these other things we're hoping for.
And Commissioner Rivers, you were asking about Holbrooks at 115.
yes.
Again, you guys really have been looking through my slides because that's probably a tomorrow slide, but that's in there.
Okay.
So we can have more discussion on this tomorrow on that.
She's prepared.
Are there more questions? I'm telling you guys.
Yeah, this is why we're doing this, to, ask away. We knew while we've got a lot of slides related to this in Stumptown, we knew this was gonna be a good, discussion.
So it sounds like it's fairly urgent for us to decide, how do we do that? Do we do straw poll today, or do we put it on an agenda for a further meeting, or what's the process with that?
If we want to submit for the raise grant, we need to probably know as soon as possible, because I don't, obviously it's easy for me to say, well, just submit the grant. I don't know how much work is involved in it, so maybe Bobby or Brian or Heather or somebody could.
Thankfully, most of the work is done with the current application. We've got updates and things, and clearly we need updates and numbers.
Correct.
But I think if there's certain, really make or break questions you have, let us know what those are. Maybe we target the 19th meeting to come back to you.
Because when is the deadline, you said?
It's the end of February. Yeah, it's the
February, end of February, so it's the next meeting then, I guess we'd have to know.
So,
We got a couple hours of work to tweak the paperwork coming back in, so.
And I know we said we were coming, obviously we were not making a decision here, this was coming back, so at a board meeting to, have discussion and all, but as you can see, this could take a whole meeting. We wanted to throw everything we had out there so you could, be informed and give us direction.
I had, how long ago was a community input session for, actually, there's two projects I have that same question for. One is the Church Street and one is the Farrelltown Parkway.
And when you say community input session, what,
Or just, has there been like a public meeting, a meeting about these projects with, the neighborhoods where they're impacted?
but I'll say what we have done. So these projects have been discussed as part of the CIP process every year. The funding's in there, as part of the CIP. Have we gone out and had a specific neighborhood meeting with, right there on either one of those projects? I'll say no. We haven't had one. It's optional to do, and we have not done that with either one.
And
If that's something the board wants to do, then we can do it. My question would be, what are you looking to have or gain or answer so that we can prepare to try to get that information at those meetings? If it's just, hey, we want to have a meeting and talk to folks and let them know what's coming, or is it we don't want to do this project and you tell us if you want it or not? We'd want to know what the goal of the meeting is to have, so we can prepare for those meetings.
And sometimes these projects get put on a plan. I don't know how long these projects have been on a plan. I'd have to either ask people in this room, but some of these will get put on a plan, like the CTP. I don't know how long, could be 20 years ago. I don't know.
Yeah, that's 30+ years old, my majority of it, and that comes back from the old thoroughfare plans from the 60s and 70s. So,
Yeah.
Get updated every decade or so.
Yeah, and the reason I ask about those two, because I personally would be interested in hearing, and giving residents for Church Street the opportunity to, have a meeting, give us and be able to get some feedback from them, and also help explain what the project is as well. And same with Farrelltown, just because that one is a thoroughfare in the middle of a residential development, and a lot of folks are new to the area, and I just, transparently living in that community, as you know, I know there's a lot of confusion and misinformation about what that project looks like.
And that, let's say specifically for Farrelltown, there was a road before there was a subdivision.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so when
It's
you
like-
say, hey, I'd back up to this now, I don't want this road now, well, the road was planned there before the subdivision was ever planned out.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
knowing that history, we had that same discussion out for our Vance Road project, which that neighborhood's been out there for a decade or two.
20 years.
Well, the road was planned decades before the subdivision was ever thought of. So it's not that we're coming in now going, oh, let's pick this neighborhood and let's pick a thoroughfare to run through the middle of it. Well, the order's probably the other way around.
So we can have public meetings and all. You just gotta be prepared. What is, now this is, we'll just say after the fact. You gotta be prepared of what to expect, that's all. Farrelltown, they may all say, stop the project. I don't know, they will, they may. Then you've got to decide, I don't know how deep we're into it now, or whether there's other dollars, then you gotta decide whether to stop. So just, what I say is, when it's after the fact like this, it's not your fault, hopefully not my fault, it started way back when. But those are just, you gotta just be prepared for that. No problem, we can have all the public meetings you want, and give, updates and what's going on when you anticipate the project to happen. But you may get, I don't want this project, stop it. And so if you say do that, that's what we do, we stop it.
Sure, and those projects, just like all projects, even small sidewalk projects, if you want to poll the adjacent neighbors and go, hey, this is, do you want this or not? It won't just be them that will use that that facility, even a sidewalk project, you know, a road, there'll be more people that will use the road than just live directly adjacent to it. Like the Gilly Road project, if you asked probably most of the people that live along Gilly Road if they want it or not, they may say no, because it's gonna directly impact them. What about the other 10, 15, 30,000 vehicles that want to travel that way? Are we asking them the same question? Or are you only seeking out certain people to get input from?
And that's probably the hard thing, because I don't want it to come through my backyard, but it may impact others. And that's a tough thing, but you as a board have to deal with, and it's tough.
Yeah, it was Farrelltown, I mean, there's already cut-throughs happening, so in one way. I think it's more, since that's a thoroughfare, calming measures are not included on the front, and that's where,
Yeah, it's
well,
intended to
we've
move
talked-
traffic.
I know, we've talked a few times about this, so.
Sure. Yeah, and when that was originally planned, again, before the subdivision, kind of looking at Brian too, but you know, before the subdivision, that was intended to be a connection, you know, a road there. So the subdivision was built around it.
Yep.
So it came after, is what I remember.
So any more on this project? I know I knew we'd catch back up. And that's why we pushed some to tomorrow, because I knew this would probably happen. But yeah, it's probably time for a break, unless you have more discussion on this one at this second. All right, Larry, let us know when we can take a pause.
Okay, our next speaker this afternoon is Chief Barry Graham. Chief Barry Graham has a 0 in his anniversaries this year. Chief Graham has been in law enforcement 30 years this calendar year. Thank you for your service, sir. 27 of those years have been here for Huntersville. He's held positions in patrol, furthering our initials, SRO, so he's been a school resource officer. He's been a detective, he's been in charge of recruitment, he's been a lieutenant, a captain, and the major. He has been in charge of all 3 bureaus, those bureaus being criminal, administrative, and field services. He's managed our traffic camera deployment and the Victims Advocate Program, both of which we're going to hear about in a few minutes. He's graduated from the FBI National Police Academy and other police leadership training. He's the first chief we have promoted from within our ranks since about the last of the 1980s. Chief Graham, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Jackie. That was very nice. Thank you. All right, so I appreciate everybody having me up here to listen to this and see if we can do our pitch. We've got basically four major keys that we're going to go over. We're going to go through them very easily. We're going to talk about it, and then what I would like to have is if you've got questions, let's stop and do it at that point. If you've got something outside of what we're discussing, make a note, whatever, we'll get to the end. And then once we're done with all that, anything else police related, any other issues you want to bring up, we'll answer them at that time. All right, budget focuses on 4 key concepts. Continue focus on recruiting, retention, and effective utilization of sworn personnel. Our recruiting and retention is doing very well. For the first time that I've been employed here, we're full staff. In the 27 years we've been here, we've never been full staff till now. So we have all 106 of our positions, sworn positions, are currently filled. We've probably got 10 or so people in training, but we're all on the books right now. Retention, we haven't lost anybody recently, not again. And then our effective utilization of sworn personnel. I'm going to focus on that a little bit today. We have let a lot of our good projects go by the wayside, trying to answer calls because we were down in numbers. We had a hiring problem getting folks to come in here. We used to get several hundred applications a year. There for a while, I think one year we only got less than 100 in an entire school a year, and we used to get 300 or 400 at a time. So hopefully we're through that. Number 2, citizen-officer ratio and workload results. We're going to talk about where we currently are and where we need to be, and hopefully I'll do a good job defending that and see if we can show that we actually need some more officers. Then the magistrate and the victim advocate is just an update. We'll talk about where we currently are and what other steps we have to get that completed, and then the last current operational and fiscal 25 budget impact, things that we already know is going to be an increase or an issue we have in the next year. All right, recruiting and retention. Previous boards have worked really hard over the last few years to get our pay up, which we're extremely happy with. There for a while, we were always behind other agencies around here, so they stepped up. We pushed that up to the top, and actually we were being chased by the other agencies, which is a good thing.
Chief, we're getting some comments that perhaps they don't hear you well online, so if you hold the mic a little closer.
A little closer?
Just take a bite.
Okay. In fiscal year 22, 22 we lost 13 and hired 15, so we had a positive 2 that year. And now the good thing is, out of that 15, 5 of them we got from Charlotte. The reason is that I bring that up is that we actually had a conversation earlier, is that we try to keep our folks. The first 5 years is our biggest chance of losing someone. Well, the same thing with law enforcement. All 5 of those had less than 6 years. We were comparable with our pay at that time. We were comparable with our benefits, and we were able to use them away. Those 5 people turned out wonderful. I wish I could have another 5 from CBD. They were very well trained. We're on the same court system. We're on the same records management, same dispatch. It was extremely smooth transition over. And then 2023, we lost 8 and we hired 17 people, which is absolutely wonderful, and that's what made us full today. Sergeant Kauser of our recruiting did an outstanding job, as well as our criminal investigation. Whenever we bring somebody in and we offer them a position, we have to do a background. Now, as you probably expect in law enforcement, that background is very intense, so it takes several months to go through people's background. We call everybody from old employers to, we have to do criminal records for where they've lived, certifications from their town they came from, diplomas. We talk to personal references, and generally when we call that personal reference they give us, then we ask them for 2 more people, and we call those, so it's an intense thing. So those folks have done an outstanding job over the last year getting everybody caught up. As you're going down through there, because they've been chasing us the last few years, they've done the same thing we did. They went to their board and they said, hey, look, Huntersville's paying X amount, we need to step it up. We've lost 5 people in the last 6 months to them. They're after some more people, so other towns around us stepped up. So currently down at the bottom, you'll see that we are currently at $50,773. Gastonia is right below us at 50, and then Mooresville is at 51, so they're above us. Concord just did a huge pay study, and they gave all their folks a big raise, and then the CMPD is at 56,347. So we're about $5,000 below CMPD at this current point. All right, so we've talked about recruiting and retention. So let's talk about now that we're full staff, let's talk about if we need some more folks. In order to do that, there is a process and analysis done. There's actually 2 different ways to do that. The North Carolina Justice Academy does one, and that is strictly for North Carolina. They look at the statistics across the state. They say, X amount of time on call, X amount of administrative time, so on and so forth. The other one is the International Association of Chiefs of Police. That is a nationwide analysis method that they have. It's a big calculation they use to do that. So we actually went through both of these to see if we could come with the best possible outcome. The best possible relation to what we're actually facing. These calculations involve total amount of police activities, time needed to handle the calls, annual workload, and then it's all calculated in availability factor for officers. The workload is specific to the Field Services Bureau. So what does that mean? When you start talking about anybody outside of the patrol, ladies and gentlemen that are working, we don't track everybody's time like we do. Detectives, they have so many cases, but there's no way we could track how many hours they spend per case. The school resource officers, we do track their cases that they do, but they do a lot of other stuff, whether it's traffic direction, or they're going from classrooms, or they do some educational projects and things like that. We do track a lot of the civilian stuff we do, except for our records clerks and things like that. But with this particular survey, it's just for our Field Services Bureau. All right, so how does this work? The North Carolina Justice Academy, the major difference between the North Carolina Justice Academy and the IACP method is that the Justice Academy uses more of a percentage compared to everybody else, where the IACP actually uses our numbers that we have, whether that's the number on patrol hours, the number of calls we go to, so on and so forth. So the average time for the North Carolina Justice Academy, it says that there's 45 minutes on a call. When we did our study, we found it's 46.718 minutes is our average. That doesn't sound like much, but that 1.7 minutes adds up to about 1,381 extra hours a year was not being calculated. And then down at the next section down, it talks about that 25% of most calls require more than one officer. Ours was 35%. So that's an additional 3,756 hours above the norm that we're putting out their work that we're not getting, not tracking. So with the ICP method, we actually take the officer's self-initiated call numbers, we take the 911, we take the total amount of service, we take the total number of officers dispatched. We're able to pull all that information out and get a good solid number that we use to start our analysis with. So what does this say? All right, this is over the last 5-year trend. We're at 60,957 in 2019, 57,680, and then you're going to see a big drop, and I'm going to explain what that is in just a minute. All the way down, and if you'll look, we start to creep back up again here in last year, and we're still at 51,077 on a 5-year average. The blue number is going to be the officer-initiated calls, and the red is going to be your 911. So 911 calls are pretty much even across through there. The pandemic had a little bit less on both of those, and we're going to talk about those. So the first question that most people have when I explain this to them is, why the reduction in officers call for service? While COVID pandemic impacted specific calls between 2020 and 2022, the main reduction was our officer-initiated calls. Between 2020 and 2021, the department made a dispatch protocol change. Before 2021, officers were told to go out when you go and do a zone check to log that in. So what does that mean? So at 2 o'clock in the morning, we've been having a lot of car break-ins at our hotels. So we tell the officers, y'all need to start doing zone checks at our hotels. They go out, they check out there, dispatch, I'm out at the day's in, I'm gonna do a zone check. They spend 15, 20 minutes there, walk through the parking lot, use their flashlights, shining cars, see if there's anything suspicious. They get back in the car, they clear, they go down to the day's inn, they do the same thing. They go down to the next hotel and they do the same thing. So we were tracking all that to show the work that our officers were putting out. Well, we start talking to CMPD and they say, well, you know that we do your annual dispatch rate by the number of calls you do. So every time we do that, it's costing us more money. So currently the amount that we're being charged is $641,000 just for communication, just over that. And then the IT cost is $223,000. So just for the 641 communications, which we wouldn't use the IT because they didn't go up or down depending on the calls for service, it's about $13.35 per call. So if you add that 12 to 15,000 calls we do a year, that's about $160,000 every year more it'd be for dispatch. So we did away with that. So does that mean that we're not doing the calls? Absolutely not. We're just not logging them. Yes, sir.
Are you calculating your, let's say for example, if I went on vacation and I wanted to go by the police department and have you guys patrol my community, or if my church was going on a retreat and wanted you all to go by and patrol, is that calculated in that as well?
That number is not in there. That's still considered a zone check, whether it's business or residential. Are we still doing those? Absolutely, we're still doing those. They're still going out there, and we'd keep track of the individual ones a little better, but the businesses, whether they get out at the Target up there and they walk through and check the shake doors, we're not tracking that anymore. We're still doing the work, but we're not tracking it. Any questions about that? All right. So once we get the number of calls that we've got come in, whether that's officer initiated or calls, 911 calls, we then go down and we look at our temporal analysis for calls for service. So this is the last 5 years as well, the day and time. Your red area is your high peak times. Your yellow is the next one down, and your green is your lowest. The blue and the white fall below average, so that's going to be the middle of the morning, early morning, or late in the evening. So if you look at it over on the left-hand side there, 0000 through 0059 is military time. And the folks that don't understand that is that all the way up until 12 o'clock, it reads exactly like it's supposed to. It'd be 12:59 and then 1 to 2, so on and so forth. Below that, take 12 off of that number, and that gives you that time PM. So if you'll notice, between 7 o'clock in the morning and 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the entire area is red except for Saturday and Sunday. And then on Saturday night, it's red, Saturday night, and then it bleeds into Sunday morning. So we have the main use of calls and the main use of officers during 7 to 5, Monday through Friday. That is when we have our crashes. That's when folks get up in the morning and find out their car's been broke into, something's been vandalized, businesses come in and there's had problems. We have a lot more traffic on the road, so you have more crashes, things like that. So that's when our peak times are, Monday through Friday. And then, of course, Saturday night and early Sunday morning, that's going to be everybody's at home. That's when you get your loud music, your drunk drivers, things like that. So it pretty much makes sense. So between 10 o'clock and 2 a.m. on Saturday night and Sunday morning is our peak time outside of the day shift. So we take all that, so that goes back to our resource allocation. We would look at this and say, all right, we have to have quite a few people during the day, and then after it gets at nighttime, we can cut that number back, which currently we've got the same amount of people on days and nights. That's what part of this analysis is looking at, and that I'm hoping to get to change, is that we'll have what we call a mid-shift. They'll come in and work from 12 noon to 12 midnight, or they'll work from 2 in the afternoon to 2 in the morning, see if we can reduce some of those numbers. So instead of having 10 people on shift till 4 in the morning, we only have 8 people on shift till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. So we're going to see if we can't move people around a little bit. Staffing demographics. Currently, we're 106 officers, which is 1.49 per 1,000. And it shows down at the bottom there, ratio calculations are 1,000 residents. So you take the total amount of residents and then you divide that by the total number of officers per 1,000. So we come out to 1.49. We have 21 citizens, which is 0.29 per 1,000 civilians. So the ratio averages for agencies below, which is Apex, Charlotte, Concord, Cornelius, Gastonia, Kannapolis, Matthews, Mint Hill, Mooresville, Salisbury, and Statesville. So that's all the semi-large areas around us, and then we used Apex. Apex is probably our closest twin across the state with the number of people, the number of officers, the crime rate, things like that. So that's why Apex is in there, even though we're not close to Apex. Everybody else in there is relatively close. I would say that people in Statesville and Salisbury are dealing with the same criminals we are. So that's why we use those. So with that being said, we are 37.84 people down. Don't have a heart attack. I'm not asking for 38 people. There's no way. Once you get this number, then you need to go back and look at your crime rate. Do we need 38 people? No, we do not need 38 people. Do I need half that? Probably. I would love to take this number and start doing some more directed patrol, some other special investigations, things like that. And down at the bottom here, we talk about our population. So just like Mr. Richards said this morning, we're at 65,223, and then we had 3,154 out in the ETJ. So that's 68,377 times 106 is how we get to that number. All right, comparison of police staffing ratios per residence. I put CMPD up there now, it's 2.1. Cornelius is at 2, Mooresville is at 1.9, and we're at 1.5. If you'll notice how it starts up high, these folks, this is when you don't add more people in and you have folks moving into your city or town, it drops. That's what CMPD had. And then we had in, once you get to about 2016, 2017, everybody starts to drop back off. That was when we started having a hiring problem, and they all ended up between 2 and 1.9 and 2. If you'll notice that we started off at 1.7, we dropped just a little bit, came back up, and 1.5. So what that means is that we have added more people in here with less officers to do more. We've been asked to do more with less, which is why I'm standing up
Chief,
here today.
can I stop you a second? Is this actual field positions or this is budgeted positions?
This is allocated positions. So this is authorized
budgeted.
positions.
So if you were at full staff, this is what your number would be?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, the 106 that we have now is the same number 2 years ago, but we didn't have all those positions filled, but it's still the 106. So we're comparing authorized positions to authorized positions. So it should be apples to apples. All right, the state average is 2.3, and we just went over the average surrounding agencies is 3.7. The average is 2.3 to get to 53 would be, the average number to get to 2.3 is 54 full-time employees. And if you look right at the bottom, it says it's 1/10 of 1% equals 6.64 police officers. So if we're 4.7 below average, it would be 4.7 times 6.60. That's how we came up with that number. All right, so 38 is where we're being told it should be. Like I said, that's not where we want to be, but that is just to meet standards today. This is the future. Mr. Richard came up this morning and talked about the number of housing units approved. The three numbers he gave you, single family, multifamily, apartments, so on and so forth, adds up to 6,339 housing units. 2.5, which he said this morning is the average household. That's another 15,848 people that are approved to be into town. Now, I agree that not all these things are going to happen. Stuff fall through. Some of this stuff is 10 years old, but that's what we have authorized. So what does that mean? If you go to the 2.06, which is our local area ratio, that's an additional 33 officers in the next 10 years. So you take the 38 and you add 33 to it. So it gets up there quick. We've not added officers in a long time, and I'll get to that in a second as well. And like I said, there's a lot of factors that keep the project from being completed. But we started off very low to begin with. And matter of fact, most of the other agencies are low as well, but it affects us more because we're at such a low number to begin with. If someone leaves, someone gets injured, we're behind the 8 ball when it comes to answering calls. So we start off low, so it's hard for us to cover up. All right, additional staffing issues. We have 3 bureaus: field operations, investigative, and support services. Each one of them is commanded by a captain. Like I said previously, we just got finished talking about patrol. That is strictly patrol, calls getting answered. Those are the folks that when the dispatcher pushes a button and they want to talk to somebody, that's your call takers. That does not include SRO and traffic, even though some of their numbers would be included that. Traffic, they do, their crash reports would be in there, but they don't do any of the numbers dealing with car seats or DWI checkpoints or attending motorists against drunk driving things. All that stuff is not included in there. School resource officers we talked about, they have their case reports, but they don't include any of the time they spent with the kids or the instructional time, anything like that. The next one that we deal with is our criminal investigations. That is our highest liability and most time-sensitive function. So currently, we are close to 80% more cases than they were 3 years ago doing and not filling investigative vacancies in order to increase the number of patrol officers. So what that means is that we had, a couple years ago, we had one of our detectives left and went to Secret Service. That position stays open. We hire a new person in. Instead of putting somebody back in that position, we're leaving them patrol to answer calls. We had somebody left and went to Cabarrus County. Same thing. They leave. We leave that position open to go to use the patrol. We had our special investigation units. We had 3 people that were assigned to our special investigation. There were officers above the detectives. Those 3 positions are open. So we've kept these folks in patrol and increased our patrol numbers, but we've left our CID area, our criminal investigation area, shorthanded. So what does that look like? All right, in 2019, which is the green, 51.75 cases per detective per year. That was the average. And then the next year after that, 2020, 51.8, so it wasn't much increase. 2021, we creep up a little bit, and then we creep up 75 in 2022, and then last year was 95.7 cases per officer per year. So in that 5-year period, we went from 51 to 95, which is a huge increase. In addition to that, the next one down is backgrounds. Because we were able to get so many folks hired and on the staff, these folks have been asked to do background investigations, which takes, like I said, hours to do the background of our new employees. That number is added into their yearly stats, which is, 3 or 4 cases a year, but it's not a big deal, but that's added work they've got. So the thing to see also at the bottom is the green. 414 criminal investigation cases in 19, and we're up to 747. So not only do we have less people than we started with 5 years ago, but we're getting a lot more cases as well. Adding 2 detectives back in there would drop that average to 74.7 because we've got 8 full-time general detectives, but then we'd have 10, which is 10% of 74. Excuse me, 74.7 cases drops it back, and then adding all 4 of them back would be 62.25, which is what we had in 2021. So it's having a huge impact on our Criminal Investigation Bureau as well. If our current track the way we're going, we start at 51. By 2026, we will be at 128 detective cases per year per detective. It's creep up. Add some folks back over there. And any of those things. Yes, ma'am.
The 747 number.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a breakdown in the types of
Sure.
cases they are?
The easiest thing to look at is the 747 is that criminal investigations, they do felony. So you go out to a call, you get a call to a serious assault or a break-in entering with someone home, which will be a burglary. The officers go out, they respond, they get the basic information. They would call the detective. If they decide to come out at that point, they would. If we have a suspect, they would come in and interview them. If not, they'd get the case the next morning, and then they would start working on it. So that number started with patrol. It's now a case in CID. So they deal with felonies. Now, sometimes if they get a large number of breaking into cars or something, which is some stuff that a lot of patrol can handle, if they get a rash of it, they may take some of those as well. The flip side of that is you may be able to catch somebody, do an interview, and close out 10 cases at one time. Or, like we had last year, we had a homicide, and you've got all 8 of them working 2 weeks straight on the homicide, and they get nothing else done but work on the homicide. So it kind of equals itself out. But the easiest thing to think of is that 95 or higher is going to be felony cases that the CID handles.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, on the following slide, so you're saying you're getting 128 new cases per detective per year. I mean, that's like one every other day.
We
depending upon-
continue with our, if we continue with our current staffing of 8 people over there, and crimes keep occurring that we do, handling felony cases, that is what we project at 128. The blue is where we currently are. Percentage-wise, keep going up. That's what we're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, still 95 is like
Right.
one every couple of days, depending on how
Correct.
many days a year you work.
Exactly. Anyone else? All right. Let's talk about some good information. 2 years ago, we started our mental health / DV response. So 2 Februarys ago, we got approval to do this. So we went through there, we put the whole program together. We were gonna do clinical folks that were certified, and then we quickly found out that is expensive, and then the county has responsibility on things like that. So we backed up, we got a bunch of applications in, but the pay rate was way high. So we backed up and we did just our DV response, or our victims advocate unit. One of the most time-consuming functions that officers do is responding to DV. Not necessarily the crime, but the aftermath of it. You've got women and children, or men and children that have been abused, traumatized, so on and so forth. Most of our folks are not going to leave them there without trying to provide some type of counsel, not counseling, but some type of help, or referring them somewhere. The way we've got it set up is that these folks would go out and they would respond with them. We spend many hours at the hospital in the magistrate's office waiting on mental health patients. For example, if you've got someone in your family that's got mental health issues, you need an involuntary commitment. We have to go out, we have to show the pattern. You would go down to the magistrate's office. Sometimes we would go with you and say, here's what we've witnessed, here's the type of calls that we've had, here's our interaction with him or her, and then we'd go down there with them. The magistrate would then issue the involuntary commitment order. We would come back, we'd pick that person up, and then we go to the hospital. And then you're sitting there 4, 5, 6 hours waiting on the doctor to get through. And sometimes they cut them loose and they say, nope, we don't need to have them committed. Sometimes they'll put them in 24 hours. Sometimes they put them in longer than that. So it takes up a lot of time. These folks are going to step up and take part of that role. None of that process I just explained needs to be done by a sworn officer. All that is can much easier be done by one of the civilians, and these folks are actually certified and to do that, so it helps us out quite a bit. So how does this work? The advocates will respond with officers to certain calls and provide victims access to resources, including referrals to state and county services, obtaining domestic violence orders, involuntary commitments, warrants for DV, and assistance with the court. Obtaining warrants does not mean that they would go down there and testify. They were going to be familiar with the court process. Here's what you need to do. You need to talk to this person. Basically, just support, emotional support when they do that. And that is different from the one above it up here, obtaining a domestic violence order. That is when you go in front of the judge and you say, hey, I need a 5-day order. When you get your domestic violence protective order, that does not mean you have to be arrested to get that. It just simply means that there's enough evidence to show that there could be a problem there. There are also monitor calls that they're not called out on and provide follow-up. Thank you. Provide call out on the following, they will monitor calls and when not called out and provide follow-up assistance when necessary. 2 o'clock in the morning, we get a child that's been traumatized or something like that. We would send an email or send some type of message to them. Hey, you need to call this family and follow up with them in the morning and see how we can help them. This is basically something that a lot of the officers have been doing over the years, but this is going to be a good program. Miss Avie Williams. Avie Williams is our supervising advocate. And I underline the major good thing about this. All 3 of these folks have been hired. 2 of them are in the office right now. The other one was going to be starting on the 19th. Had to work some time with the previous job and some other stuff, so they've all accepted. They've all been hired, and the 3rd one will be in the office on the 19th. So after 2 years, yes, after 2 years, they're actually on board. So this is wonderful. I met all 3 of them, and they are wonderful people. Yes, ma'am.
Is there ever a time where it would be possible or it makes sense for the advocates to go on calls without meeting an officer?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, if we get a 911 call, it depends on what the call is. Maybe, maybe not. Quite often we get a call, hey, I need an officer to answer questions about domestic violence or this or that. Yes, they could do those. Anything that is the chance of someone being injured or dangerous, no, they would not. Most of the time, we would go out, we do the call, and the next morning, they would do the referral. Yes, they go out there. They don't need us to go with them. They would do their own thing. They'll have their own vehicle. They travel out and do what they need to do. Court appearances, referrals to other agencies, things like that. They'll take care of all that their own. Yes, ma'am.
I've got a few questions. And kind of follow up on that, to make sure, I just want to clarify, are there any situations where they are they certified and licensed or trained to respond with officers? Or are they only after call?
If we have, for example, call comes out, domestic violence at 123 ABC Street. We would go out, they would be listening to the radio as well. They're gonna have radios. We would show up out there. We would go into the call. Everything's fine, get everybody separated. Then they would come in and talk to whoever they needed to. So they would be responding with us, but they would not be the initial person going in, if that makes sense.
Okay.
But yes, they absolutely will go out on calls.
And then a follow-up to that, and I don't know if you can speak to this or not, but I've been curious about the comparisons, or not comparisons, but differences between this approach and like Davidson has the co-responder program, and I know they contract with, I think, Crisis. And I've been really curious what the differences are between what they're doing and what we're doing with the victim advocacy.
The short answer is nothing.
Okay.
We tried to hire them, and they could not take us on for the number of people. They said, we would love to do it. We've got X amount of people at Charlotte. We can't add 3 or 4 people. I think we're asking for 3, 4, 5 people, whatever it was. She said, I'm having a problem hiring people. I cannot guarantee you a contract. So we said, we'll see if we can do our own. Davidson needed 1. They could handle them. And it's a different word, but it should be 95% of the stuff's identical.
Okay,
Same
so
thing.
different, and they're named differently, but essentially the
Exactly.
same thing.
These folks we hired have got all human services background, social work, psychology, sociology, things like that. They've all got experience in that. A.V. Williams, the one that is supervising this, came from DSS. She's got 20 plus years down there as a supervisor and so on and so forth. So these folks are educated and highly qualified.
And congrats. I mean, was it last year at the retreat, was the supervisor, was it just in the process of hiring the supervisor?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
all these has been hired in the past year?
Yeah, she's been here 6, 8 months, something like that, actually been in the spot for 6, 8 months. You gotta remember we're in February, so we're 8 months into this year. She came in, and then what we did once she got here is that we sat down with our folks that have done this. She helped write our policy and procedure for that. She knew what we were looking for. We all agreed on that. Then she was involved with all the hiring because of her experience. So everybody was on board with the same thing, both us and as well as her.
I mean, that's impressive.
Yes, I'm very excited.
And then just my last question on that is, are they also involved in cases that are involving substance use or abuse and behavioral health?
Did you say substance abuse?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. If we have something like that, an officer go out, absolutely. They'll handle anything. You know, we're doing the law enforcement portion of it. Anything after that, they would be involved in. They've got access to folks that need vouchers to ride the bus. They can refer them down to alcohol or substance abuse, domestic violence things. We've got other folks that we've got a contract with for children that have been traumatized. They do the myriad of things. Anything that they need, they have the access to be able to do that. Their job is basically a clearinghouse. They find out what your needs are from their training experience. They put you in the right direction. They follow up and make sure those folks are doing it. If they need to go to court with them or something like that, they would, or go down there, whatever it happens to be. If we had a mother that has been in a domestic violence situation, got 3 kids, she can get somebody to watch the kids, but she doesn't have transportation, we'll let them take her down there to help get that process done. They're here to help in every way we can.
And are we tracking outcomes from this?
The best we
If
can.
it's helping to, lower involuntary commitment
Yeah.
or, that type of stuff.
Sure. They will be tracking all the cases they're involved with. and they'll probably be tracking their referrals they send to. But after that, when the folks have been sent to whoever, we won't know their outcome. You know, it becomes a privacy issue after that. So we'll never know if they finished their treatment or whatever, but we will be able to track the impact that we're having at the beginning at least.
Because it would be, I feel like it would be interesting, you know, once this is in place for a year or two, you know, to look at and see if it's helping to decrease the amount of, you know, folks that are being kept out of prison when that's not the best place that, you know, they
Correct.
would have ended up.
Yeah, we have a lot of domestic violence, substance abuse that are repeat offenders, you know, because of one of the two folks can't financially support themselves, or you know, there's other reasons, and we would use them to help find a way to get out of that situation if possible. So absolutely, you know, 2 or 3 years from now, maybe our domestic violence calls have went down. That would be wonderful. And if we could attribute it back to them, that's a gold star.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right. All right, North Mecklenburg Magistrate. When I started here 20-something years ago, 27, 26, something like that, we were asking for a magistrate in the north end of the county. We've been asking for a magistrate in the north end of the county ever since then. We have finally got to the point that we've been told, yes, you can have one. And we were doing good, rolling right along, and we're kind of a stalemate in the last couple of months. We met with the court officials and the chief district court judge, which is Elizabeth Trosh. They came to the police department, we walked through. We basically said, where do you want to go? How can we help you be comfortable up here? We'd like to be here, which as soon as you walk through the front door, you go into the lobby. There's a TV up on the left-hand side. There's going to be a grill there, and that's where the magistrate's office is going to be. So they can see outside. The windows are darkly tinted, so that for security reasons. They ask to be able to park their cars in a secure lot, things like that. Very simple. They ask for an office area where they can meet with people privately. We've given them all that. So the next thing down was we asked, what do we need to do to get the folks approved and people hired? Well, the Judge Trosh said, we've got to go through the state. The state has to approve us an additional magistrate. The state of North Carolina says Mecklenburg County gets, I'm going to make up a number, 25 magistrates. You can't hire more than 25. If they want to put one in the north end, they have to take one away from downtown. So that was our holdup. So we went through the process and we got authorization to have another one, is what I'm being told. And then once we get through with that, they said, we're having a hard time hiring magistrates. I get it. You know, I understand. Police officers the same way. So once we get through that and we get approved through the administrative office of the courts, we'll have somebody up there as soon as possible. That was in May of last year. I've sent emails the last few weeks. I haven't got a response. The last email I had is we're still going, full blast ahead, but I haven't got much information. So the town managers and the mayors are now aware of it, and we're going to see if we can't get some external help in moving this process along. Any questions about that? All right. Current operational and budgetary updates. Our dispatch cost has went up exceedingly the last few years. We were paying 300-something thousand a couple years ago. We had to renegotiate with Charlotte. Our wonderful town manager was able to get us a big discount this current year, down to $600,000, but starting in July 1st is $864,371 a year. That's where I came up with the $13.35. That was off this number. That's what it's going to cost us. I've been asked before, hey, why don't we have our own dispatch? The state of North Carolina only gives you so many PSAPs, public safety answering points. They're not handing any more of those out, so we would have to go with somebody else or be a secondary PSAP, and you're still going to have somebody route the calls and answer them and send them to us. We've talked to Cornelius about doing that. The rough estimate, it would be more than that number every year, plus we'd have to change out all of our software and records management, and would have to have our current records management integrated into it. It would be a large ticket item as well. So going to another place, I don't necessarily know it's going to be any cheaper. Would we like to have our own dispatch? Sure we would, but it's going to cost dollars, and right now there's other things that we'd like to look at. I get asked that every year, why don't we have our own dispatch? So that's why I brought
Even
it
if
up.
we were allowed to have our own dispatch, I And I have no idea, would we be able to do it for that number or much less?
Yes and no. No, you probably would not be able to do it for less than that, but there would be lots of things that we could get those folks to do during their downtime that would save us money in other areas. Records management, things like that, they could follow up on. There's lots of other tasks that we're paying people for to do that we could get them to help along with.
I think
Go
the
ahead.
first step would be trying to see if we could get our own individual PSAP. They've been trying to combine PSAPs. So they want to make it a more regional PSAP than towns having new PSAPs. And
Right.
that would be a legislative probably push to see if we can do it. That would be probably the first step
Yes.
to see if we can find Raleigh to help us move in that path.
Yeah, just more of a financial thing at this point, you know, if we're, that may be a lot of money, but if we don't have to worry about dispatchers and calls and all that type of stuff.
I will tell you, from the time that the actual dispatcher gets the call, not the person answering the call, from the time they get it, we get an outstanding service. They are very good, very qualified, very professional. They do a wonderful job. The 911 call wait time is what we get complaints about 99% of the time. And I got asked, will this go away if we had our own? Not necessarily. If you've got a crash and they've got 10 or 12 people down there answering 911, and we have our own, and we have 2 people answering the call, and you got 6 people calling in, 4 of them are not getting answered.
Yep.
I can't control how Charlotte answers their calls. I would love for them to be faster. It's just a situation we're in. So that's going to be a decision we have to decide. If
Everybody with their cell phones. Yeah.
Right, we have
And
to
they have
decide
to
what we're going to do.
prioritize. So you called in about your cat up the tree, and I called about, a major wreck. Cat on the tree is gonna be
Correct.
45 minutes
All right.
before you may get an answer. I
And
mean,
it's a rare instance of one call on a major wreck, it's the multiple calls.
Correct.
all of us drove by it, so everyone in this room
Yep.
just called.
Chief, will you comment on the reputation of dispatch being a high-stress, low-pay, high-turnover position?
Absolutely.
So we'd like to be better at it than the other places that are struggling with those issues, but we're gonna experience the same things they do.
That is exactly right. We always think we could do a better job, and sometimes we may be able to. Being a telecommunicator is a very stressful job because you're taking the information you've got, you have no outlet, you can't leave there. The officer on the other end that is injured or something out there is needing help, all you can do is talk to them. You can't do anything. It is a high-stress job. I did that for 2 years before I was old enough to become a police officer. I had the Sheriff's Department, 3 medics, and 9 fire departments that I was dispatching for. And at 2 o'clock in the morning, you get a fire, and it is crazy, is what it
Chaos.
is. 911 ringing, having to talk to the ladies and gentlemen on the phone. It is a high turnover. Charlotte does send their folks through APCO, which is Associated Public Safety Communication Officers Training. They're nationally certified. I think they do everything they can to have the most professional group down there. They just don't have enough people answering the phones. Yes. All right. Very similar to last year, all of our contracts, this time of the year, we start getting our bills in for the July 1st date, software updates, TASER, a myriad of things. We're all being told it's going to be about an 8 to 10% increase in our contract services. We got asked the question during the election cycle about some of that stuff. Why are we doing this for contract services? Why is it so expensive? So on and so forth. I'll be more than happy to answer any of those questions about individual things that we have. But currently we're being told we could probably see an 8 to 10% increase across the board on average. One of them may be 5% and the other one may be 15%, but the average is going to be about 10% increase on our stuff. We need to replace a large amount of our handheld radios. Once again, I'll pick a number, 15 years, which is probably about correct. Motorola upgrades all their radios. And during that time, every 2 or 3 years, they'll say, hey, you need to upgrade your software in your radio. And they'll charge every person $300 to upgrade it. And we'll do that 2 or 3 times. We're now got to the point that they are upgrading the hardware and software with the consoles down at dispatch. And so about 100 of our radios as of February next year are not going to work. We're being told that when we get up one morning, they'll work, the next day they won't. So I've got about 100 radios to replace. I have a place that I'd like to get the money from. They're not be a tax on our folks, but we can talk about that offline as well. And replacement of our vehicles. We do this every year. We have 106 officers, and we have a one-on-one car plan. And so the good thing about that is that the officers usually have their car 6 to 7 years. We're using 110 to 130,000 miles out of it. Officers take much better care of their car because it's assigned to them. If it's got a dent or a scratch or something wrong with it, I know who's responsible for it instead of hot seat cars. I've been asked before, why do we not hot seat cars? It's cheaper and easier to do that. It's actually not. When you have a car and you've got 4 shifts using it 24 hours a day, that's 4 times as many tires, 4 times the oil changes, 4 times the gas, and that car is going to run out 4 times as fast. So it's one half dozen the other. It's really not an impact. So we do 12 to 15 cars every year just to keep on a rotating cycle, and like I said, about every 6 years. All right, so.
Chief, on the handhelds, of course, I'm sure you're gonna get asked this question on asset forfeiture, whatever. Is there potential, if there's a large amount for handhelds, we could use asset forfeiture funds for that?
Absolutely. Our radios, the radio, I don't have it with me. I had it sitting on the table this morning. That radio, it's a nice small radio with a shoulder mic, about $8,000, a little over $8,000 each. So that's $800,000. And I've got that money in asset forfeiture, close to that amount. So that's what will probably be my ask. And so we'll have to have that, discussion. All right. So what are my requests? I know that Ms. Cagle come up this morning and talked about our pay benefit study, which we're good with. I also need the hiring of additional officers to reflect the growth of the town. We need 5 as soon as you'll give it to me. And then we'd like to do another 5 in July and then spread that out to January of next year, so it won't be a huge impact on the budget at one shot. This is something that over the last 6, 7 years that I've been doing budget, well, if you get full, we'll talk about getting more people. When you get full, we'll get talking about more people. So we're full, and so I'm talking about more people. The 2040 plan even says in there that, hey, you've got to keep up with your law enforcement and fire response as the town grows, and we've not been able to do that. So I got asked a question earlier this week, is when was the last time the town came and asked for, the police department came and asked the town for more people? So I've got my attrition and retention traits here. So we started in 2013 with 83 allocated people. We're now at 106. So in the best of my recollection, 2015 is a long time back, and my wife got me a thing that says I have to write stuff down because I'm old. We went from 83 to 86. The best of our ability from talking to other folks, that was a traffic grant that the state supplied us with. 75% they paid for, then 50%, then 25%, and we took that over. The next one was around 16 or 17. When Chief Sproul was here, we added the 4 special investigations that I talked about earlier that are currently vacant. We added those spots in there. We added an SRO, and we added 1 officer to every one of the shifts. So that was actually on the town's dime. In 2018, that took us to 93. In 2018, when we did the annexation of the ETJ, and we were authorized 8 additional officers. And so we were given 102 authorized positions, and we only had 90. So we were 12 people down at that point. So the last time that we actually asked for stuff on the town's dime would have been 2017 with Chief Sproul. We do get a small amount from the county to help offset some of that. So this is our first time in 6, 7 years that we're asking for people.
Chief, will you settle a whisper argument over here? Are you asking for a total of 15 or a total of 10? Are you asking for 5 now, 5 in July, 5 in January?
Yes, that is 15 total. Now, 15, I won't come back to you after that to ask for any more for at least for a year or 2. But I'll take what I can get.
Is that for the detectives too? Like the investigators that you said you were short?
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. That was my next thing up here. So we talked about it. The very first thing I said was retention, recruiting, and using our assets in the correct places. We've got patrol officers that we are adequately answering calls, and I'll leave it there, adequately answering calls. When someone gets injured, workers' comp, FMLA, something like that, that's when we start to see a little issue. If someone leaves, we got retention problems, that's when we start to hurt. So currently, with being full staff, we're surviving for the most part. What we would do is we would take those next 4 people in, we would put them on patrol, and then we'd take 4 folks off patrol and put them back over in CID. 2 for general and probably 2 more over in the special investigation. We used to do a lot of community engagement. We don't do that anymore. We had our own unit. So I'd love to see some folks go back out and do community agent engagement, which is 2, 3, 4 people, whatever it happens to be. Those folks would be going out and doing a lot of our community stuff. They would help organize events. They would be in contact with our HOAs, getting problems in, doing problem solving, community crime watch, things like that. These folks would do what we're currently doing now, like the National Night Out and everything we do. Those folks are doing that, but they're doing that on overtime when they come in and do that. That's not part of their job. They just do that because that's what they want to do. So we would put some of those folks over there. We need another traffic person, so I could have got all 15 of these places over the next 18 months that we know what we're going to do with them.
Of the 15, how many will be in patrol? The
Probably
4 are going to be
5
detectives.
5 out of the 15 will be added. We'll add 5 more to them, so instead of having 12, we'll have 13.
No, but I'm saying, let's say you had all 15 right now.
Yes.
Y'all mentioned 4 would go to the detective
Yes, 4
division.
to go to detectives. We'd probably put another 3 or 4 on the community engagement. We'd put another one in traffic, and then the rest of them would go to patrol.
Okay, but traffic
So,
is,
Chief,
they're out there patrolling, so in community engagement.
They're not call takers.
Right.
Chief, that's gonna vary by what you put them, like a detective does not cost the same as a patrol officer, but you displayed a slide that said your starting pay today for a patrol officer, let's call it 51, it's not quite, but it's 51.
Yes.
You got incentives you might need to add on top of that, education, certification, so forth, if they have any experience. But, so ballpark, 1 patrol officer, car, fully upfit, what does 1 person cost you? And I'm assuming patrol is likely the lesser expensive of the varieties you just mentioned?
Say that last part again.
Patrol, it costs less than a detective or the other specialties you commented on?
Yeah, when it comes to salary and benefits, yes, because generally you're going to promote someone that's got some experience that they've been here for a number of years. They get a 2.5% raise for being a detective, which is not a lot, but they get a 2.5% raise. So yes, it does cost a little bit, but then we go back and we hire a new person at whatever it happens to be.
So 51 with benefits and the vehicle and uniform, outfit, that ballpark, what number? You've not prepared your budget yet, so we're not holding you to it, but ballpark.
But I agree, but I did sit down with all my folks and we've already discussed this. I was expecting that question. The first year, your initial investment is expensive. It's about $150,000 per person. And after that, with salary and benefits, about $75,000 every person after that.
I feel like this comes up every once in a while, so I'll bring it up. Do we still have the Bearcat?
We do. We have the emergency rescue vehicle. Yes, ma'am, we do.
How often do we use that? Or is it ever loaned out, or?
We've got a North Mecklenburg SWAT, which is Cornelius Davidson in Huntersville. So we're the only one that has that vehicle. So anytime they get a call out, we take it up there, whether that's Davidson or Cornelius. We used it this week. Cornelius had a warrant, and we used it for that particular function when they served the warrant. We actually had to call Charlotte because we had 2 different sides that we were covering, 2 different places, so we had to have them bring their vehicle up here as well. So we had to borrow one to use on that day.
So it is used?
We use it. Anything else? You want to talk about asset forfeiture a second? I got asked some questions from one of our commissioners about that, so I thought I'd go over briefly. I don't have the exact number off the top of my head. It's going somewhere between between $7,000 and $8,000, $100,000 that we have in there. Let me find my notes here. Back in April of last year, we talked about having access to the online version of the DEA and the HSI. The DEA, like I said, is up and running. We can pull all our information out, no problem whatsoever. The HSI is still not online. This is a federal program, federal agency. I cannot control when they get it up there. I asked the folks this week, when's it going to come on? The guys down in Charlotte, the actual HSI guy says, we're waiting on it. That's all they could tell me is that it's coming. I will tell you that once it gets up and running, it's probably going to be the same thing as the DEA, which means that Any money that gets dispersed out, it'll have that information. They're not going to go through and load out the last 6 years of all their information. The DEA that we started when they turned it on last year, we got the money dispersed on, let's say, January 15th, and it was a 2018 case. We have that information. So we do have some information. I also promised that we would start tracking things a little better since June. And I think I've made good on my promise. See if I can get it pulled up here. All right. So from June of last year when I took over, I promised that we would start tracking it better. What I said is that any money that comes in, we would be able to go back with the HSI or DEA, and we would go back and see our best to find out the information we had on those cases. In addition to that, any cases they have from that point forward, I told them, when you make an arrest and you seize money, jot down what type of case it was, the case number, and where it came from, whether that's money, a car, a house, whatever. And cars and houses are very rare, but most of it's cash. And so 2 years from now, when we get the check and we find out the case number, we've actually got notes of what it was, because the federal government doesn't always want to release all their information, but they're all okay with certain amounts. So we went back and pulled it. So the last year, over the last year that we brought in let's see here, 12/15 of 2023, $1,168 from DA. Total cash seized was $12,000. Tied to investigation were heroin, fentanyl, and cash were all seized. Arrest was made on the 26th of 24 for $2,332. DA total cash seized was $23,900. Continued investigation in the above case. Traffic stop, search warrant for heroin, meth, and fentanyl. All were seized, and arrest was made. The next one, the 19th of 2024, when we got was our next check, $46,000 from the DEA. It's from a money laundering case. The seized money was located concealed in boxes of pork shoulders inside a tractor trailer. The driver was already in investigation for laundering money. The driver denied knowing anything about the money. The driver was arrested and charged with conspiracy to distribute narcotics as well as the money. They did not have the money they did not have any drugs with them. And I got asked, well, why did you take the money? You didn't have drugs with them. When you go buy drugs, somebody brings the drug, somebody brings the cash, they flop. So only one person has the drugs at one time. So they got the guy that had the cash, they sell out the guy that bought the drugs. That's how that works. So no, we didn't get any drugs in that one, but we did confirm it was a drug case, laundering money. Does everybody understand what laundering money goes through? Okay, good. Another on the 19th, $36,000 from the DEA is from a money laundering case. Another one, suspect had the money seized from an already, was seized from an already assisted with money laundering from a $200,000 out of Mexico. He'd been arrested or been charged before. Suspect admitted that he was going to deliver some of the seized money to someone he did not know. The suspect gave consent for investigation to search his residence where the rest of the money was located. The suspect was not employed and had no other way of getting cash. And once again, no drugs were seized at that point. And then on 103 of 24, we got a overtime reimbursement for our officers. That's all the money I brought in since June. How many people have the rights we violated? I'll still say it again, 0. If someone has a case, I'll be more than happy to look into it, but I have no evidence that we've done anything. I think we're above the board on everything. I've told my folks, and I didn't have to tell them. I've told them if anything looks unusual or unethical, you walk away. We don't want it if we're involved with that. That's how we keep us out of trouble. As we go forward, I will do my best to keep track of all our cases. I can only fix what we've got from this point forward.
Would it be possible to share that report like every 6 months or something with us?
Well, yes, with the DEA, we might be able to do that. That's not a problem. The HSI stuff, when we get a check in and it's got a number on it, that number is a max number so that people won't know the court case number because they can go back and look it up, whatever happens to be. So we take that number, we go back to HSI, we find the court case, and then they have to literally go back and go through paper copies. So it is a long process to get this, and it's very tedious. That's why I'm asking them to keep track of it now. If we got for the DEA, that's super simple. We can look that on the computer, and I can tell you. This information was above and beyond what you're going to find on the DEA just because I told them I was coming up here, and I wanted you folks to know that we're trying our best to do the right thing.
Could you share that info with us?
The what?
Could you share that like in a written?
Sure.
And did I hear pork shoulder correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Had the money hidden in the pork shoulder. I'm imagining opened up, stuffed in the middle, sealed back up.
Interesting.
Very creative.
Yes, that's what I was going to
They get
say.
points for that.
Very creative. They do that to try to throw the dogs off because they think they won't smell it, but you can hide it in wax, you can hide it in coffee, meat, doesn't matter.
You have a unique smell in a smoker, though.
Yes, you can.
Ugh.
Anything else? I was a little quick on that one. I got us ahead again. We've got one more thing we're going to show. Last year, I believe everybody enjoyed, we talked about cameras, so on and so forth. So I've got a little information on our cameras here. The first thing I've got is that 2 years ago, we put in our Flock camera system. What Flock does is it reads tag numbers. If cars going down through there, it checks national crime information for people that are wanted. I'm not talking about parking tickets or anything like that. I'm talking about wanted people, whether that's bank robbery, homicide, whatever happens to be. Stolen cars, stolen tags, domestic violence, protective order, violators, things like that. So we've got these here. What I want to point out here is that I've blacked out the tag numbers so we don't violate any rules. So the only thing on here is it tells me the date and the time. This is January 31st, and then one that extra, it's the number says, I can't read it, 8, whatever it is, UTC, which is Universal Time Comparison. So that's January 31st, stolen car at Walmart. February 1st, which is the next day. Stolen car, Statesville at North Mech, which is across from Walmart. The next one there is should be the, is it here? The third, is that what it says? The third, and that one is from Walmart. The fourth one is out on Beatty's Ford. We actually didn't catch this person, but the reason I've got that in there is because it's pitch black dark, and the camera picked up the tag as well. But we did get a stolen car from Walmart on that day as well. And then the last one we had was another one from Walmart. We did 5 stolen cars in 5 days. Wow. And it's only been up and running a short time. It goes off constantly. It comes out on our phones at probably 3 or 4 hits a day. Whether that's violence protection order, stolen car, stolen tag, whatever it happens to be. So they're very, very useful. All right, this is, whoops. Dang it.
I don't know.
Come on, Larry.
Might not work.
This is Sanford Road. I-77's over to your left. Target's over to your right. You're looking northbound on 21 right there. The lights over here on the lights over here on the side are green. They just turned to red right there. The guy coming east-west ran the right and hit him. That was a mild one. I've already seen people with their mouth open. That was a mild one.
Yeah.
Wait till you see the other ones.
Run some other ones here for us.
So Barry, even though this is black and white, you can tell from where the traffic light is
Absolutely.
lit, whether it's red, yellow, or
absolutely.
green.
This up here, green light's going to be on the bottom, red's going to be at the top. You can track it from there. This one right here is a good one. We went back and followed that car. Can you pause that? We went back and followed that car. It came from the other camera, coming down Sanford Road, heading towards I-77, passing cars up on the median, blew through the red light and hit them. It then goes, hit and run, goes all the way down, gets on the interstate and takes off. So, never got him. And the car was limping when we saw it get on the interstate. But as far as I know, we didn't find him. Is it the same one? Yeah, I think it is. There's the Jeep. Yeah. That's the Jeep we watched to begin with.
We wanted you to see it again.
That person ran the red light as well. Just you can watch the other camera. They just take off early and take off. All right, this is North Academy Learning. Blythe. Behind that's Alexander. You're on. They're heading. Let's see, westbound over towards where the apartments
Be
are.
ready.
I wouldn't give you anything too bad. knocked his shoe off.
Knocked his shoe off.
Yeah, that was 8:30 in the morning. He was supposed to be in class.
I was like, it looks like a.
That works.
So, I mean, stuff like that. We've got hundreds of these.
Yeah.
All right. All right. This is last year's. That's the theme of this one is, be sure to do your buckle your boat down. So not only did he do that, but he also did the trailer, was not attached to the truck. So this year's is same intersection as slow down and turn left. If you'll look up here at the top.
Same intersection.
Was that the one that ran into the building?
Yes.
Which building is that?
By the Cashins on 73 for Catawba.
Right up
Yeah,
above
that's at 73
Cashin's
Catawba.
Inn.
That's up at the Cashins there on the left-hand side.
Insurance place.
Same thing. This person right here actually had a diabetic issue. Had no control over that, passed out.
Flying along.
Oh my gosh.
Once again, this is looking the southbound on 21 here. It doesn't take much to roll a car. And as you can see from this right here, person runs the red light, cars come out, taps him over on his lid.
Should have stopped.
Yeah.
So we do use our cameras. You would be surprised how often we say, nope, I had the green light. No, I had the green light. Go back and look at the video. You can tell who it is. So we've covered, we've cleared up a lot of issues we've had with that.
And I assume it saves a ton of time where we used to have to go out there and mark all this stuff and do this and
Oh, yeah.
figure out who did it, accident investigation.
Correct.
Now you just go look at the camera and say, okay, we just saved a ton of man and woman hours.
We had a complaint the other day about this person was road rage. They did this, they did this, they did that. Well, we go back and watch the video, and what they didn't say is that the person was tailgating them all the way in through there, passed them, slammed their brakes on, went back around them, and then finally the person that they were having a problem with rolled the window down and started yelling at them. And that's what they were complaining about. Well, ma'am, you're the one that started it, and you've done A, B, C, and D, and showed them the video, and never mind, I don't want to press a complaint.
Hey, Chief, I know we started this camera program a number of years ago. Are we built out? Are we adding more? Where are we at with that?
We are adding more.
And Larry's
This
gonna-
week, we have added 25 new poles throughout town. Our problem is all of our utility poles are owned by one of the three Electric Cities, Duke Power, or Energy United. Energy United have been very helpful, as well as Electric Cities. Duke Power is the one we started with day one, yet to get any assistance from them. So we decided we're going to put up our own poles. So Mr. Lucor helped us purchase the poles, and his folks have been putting up this week, and it is absolutely a godsend that we got it done. And so we put up 25 poles, which will add 50 to 75 more cameras throughout town. So we were able to put those where we need them, not just where we had Electric Cities or Energy United poles, because that's what we were limited by.
Do we have a goal, in other words, or are we just going to keep adding them to, I mean, what are we going to be built out at some point, or?
We will be built out at some point, yes. A lot of areas like Gilead Road, 21, even over at Main Street, all this construction, there's no use in doing anything because they're going to get tore down. So we won't be able to have anything at Gilead and 21 and the bridge till they get done over there, basically. Now, with that being said, there is some areas that they've got where they're already done with all the asphalt over there. We can go and put those in there and start using them there as well. We will be built out one day, but we could do a lot of cameras between now and then.
Gotcha.
Cornelius has over 300? Oh, 120, just traffic cameras. 120 traffic cameras. So we've got 73 right now, traffic cameras. And so I could add another 73, or 75, whatever it happens to be. We'll have a lot of it done. We're still going to have spots throughout town that we don't have coverage, but we'll do the best we can.
Gotcha.
Yes, ma'am?
I feel like I have a lot of questions for you
No,
today.
ma'am. I would much rather have this.
But I'm also curious if you've been seeing, you know, from your perspective, any instances of xylazine appearing in our community along, or like laced with fentanyl, or I know it's been a bigger problem in places like Philly and stuff, but I've heard that it's starting to like trickle into North Carolina.
Say that again.
The xylazine, that like horse tranquilizer
Yeah,
drug that's
we have
been-
not seen a lot of that. I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Now that I heard you. But we have not had a lot of that issue. We are still huge on fentanyl and things like that right now. I'm sure it's not, if it's going to be here, if it isn't already here. We've not addressed it. Everything starts on the West Coast and works its way this way.
I just wonder, because you know, what I have heard about it and learned about it is that that's almost worse than fentanyl in terms of, you know,
It's very
risk of
dangerous.
overdose and ODs.
You have to be very precise with what they take, or it'll end you.
All right, any other questions for the chief? All right.
Thank you.
Zach's getting ready to get on the dance floor.
The last person we have scheduled to speak today is Zach Brown. Zach Brown is not a town employee. Zach manages our HFFA operations via contract. The contract that we have with this company originated in 2017. Zach has been the on-site lead since the time we signed that contract. Zach's job title with LIV is Division President. Zach has been with LIV, or one of the affiliates of LIV, since 2015. Previously served in the hospitality and facility management industry. Swim Club LIV, that contract is in its 7th year, and it's currently they're currently overseeing the air filtration improvements in the 50-meter pool. HFFA opened in 2001 as a 88,000 square foot fitness and indoor aquatics facility. We also have the outdoor aquatics, including the indoor has a 10-meter dive pool. Zach, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jackie. Certainly excited to talk about what's been going on with HFFA, and thank you for having me today. Pleasure to meet everyone and hopefully speak thoroughly on what you're looking to hear from HFFA. A lot of great staff that work there, that have been there for a number of years. As Jackie had mentioned, we've been there since 2017, and we're very pleased overall with our retention rate and how that's been progressing and being able to develop the individuals from within to provide world-class service, provided there's not major pandemics or other things that might cause a little hiccup in operations. So first off, I'd like to just discuss a little bit more about those facility impacts, along with the people, the user groups, the programs that really make HFFA what it is today. And so hopefully that's not too small on the screen, but to start off, we'll talk a little bit about the facility. Since any of the slowdowns, if you will, from 2020 and the moments that caused the stutter step, if you will, in that facility, there's been a growth overall in usage, in membership, and the users that want to utilize the facility, which in turn helps to increase overall revenue with the facility. So you can see on that first line, overall attendance to our events, and as I go through each slide, you'll talk some more specific percentages and the like as to what we're seeing today. But we're seeing those percentages increase, which in turn is creating not strain, but unique opportunities for us to use in other areas of the facility. We're seeing, however, that there's been some shifts as the years progress on various programs, and so we're obviously evolving with the times. One of those shifts is things like cycling. With the growth overall, with the industry trends that shift in the small box studios, we are seeing there's things, I'll use cycling as that example, that is not as utilized of a program as it once was, which obviously in turn helps us to not need as much maintenance, repair, replacement of that equipment, and obviously opens up other opportunities for some of those spaces as appropriate. We are obviously still monitoring it so that we can make sure we are providing programs, classes that are obviously evolving with the trends across the nation and the world, really, and certainly making sure we're trying to offer the various classes and ones from the membership class on the days and times that they're looking for. An example of a different use case for those types of spaces in the building would be that we're now allowing some of the other third-party programs, athletic programs, usage of that space, which in turn has helped to increase some other revenue streams inside the facility as well. We're seeing a similar trend on the classes that we're offering. I use various years just as comparisons to the years, the membership growth, the revenue growth, and things of that nature are comparable depending on the type of statistics that we're looking at. So for instance, we're seeing that attendance on our classes is very close to 2019 levels. And I say 2019, I'll try not to belabor the point of how much differently the facility was since 2020, but we saw 2019 as a very record year from attendance, class attendance, and obviously revenue with the facility. So if we're seeing those trends and those numbers starting to equal or get close to 2019, that's telling us a lot of positivity in regards to the decisions that are being made and the programs that are being offered, and that we are meeting, ideally, the needs of the membership and the programs that are in the facility. As we continue to do that, obviously it's allowing us other opportunities to modify classes and other offerings. And then we take a look at programs. We're starting to see that the average program participation, whether that be through user groups or through attendees of those user groups, are following that similar trend, that they're starting to meet those 2019 and prior years. So we're starting to get inquiries into the facility from other user groups that we don't typically see on a year-to-year basis. An example of that would be the North Carolina Powerade State Games, some of the state school systems as well, and those competitions and events that they hold are also looking at what HFFA can provide. So that's all very positive. And we're starting to see more local community partnerships open up. We did see that there was a restriction when we look at groups for sponsorship opportunities or for whether it be sponsoring events. That took a little bit of a pause as everyone was, or as groups are starting to come out of economic strains, and we're starting to see that start to increase, especially since we're able to show marked growth in the users of those various programs. So Rock Steady Boxing is a unique one this year that we did get donation to this year to the facility, and then we're starting to see some fresh interest, if you will, in the local race series that we run every year as well. Moving down to specific groups, the largest group that we are seeing an increase in is the insurance programs. Those programs are the subsidized programs through various personal medical insurance programs. United is typically the biggest one, and that's the biggest pocket that does a lot of advertising to their members, if you will, that HFFA is obviously a place for them to go to. So our team goes through an extensive research on that. There's obviously community knowledge that we can gather in regards to how many are moving into the community and how can we best market to those individuals and meet their needs. Offering programs, offering membership discounts and rates as appropriate to try and get them to join the facility. We are, however, while that's the largest growth rate, we are still seeing a steady increase on the other, what I'll call baseline member classes. So whether that's individuals, families, from both inside the town limits and outside, we're seeing a marked improvement on all of those as well, just not as steady or as rapid as we're seeing from some of those medical insurance programs. So along with that, similar to the story that I can tell about the other programs that we run, we're also seeing that there's other partnerships that are continuing to expand or wanting to repeat. Mattamy Homes is one of those examples. If you don't know, Magnolia Walk is right behind HFFA, and HFFA is somewhat landlocked. We have retention ponds on one side, parking, tree lines, streets, and the like. And so behind there was that community that was developed. There are no amenities that are in that community. So there's not a fitness center, there's not a pool. So there was a pathway that was created to allow individuals in that community to actually walk to HFFA. So the partnership that was generated with Mattamy Homes was that for every new home purchaser, they would pay for their first year of membership at HFFA. And then obviously we turn those individuals into multi-year members once that first year expires. Mattamy Homes has now reached back out and are looking to extend that partnership in some of the other communities that they're looking at as well. So we're working on those with other user groups to see how we can expand that program and obviously keep the positive trend of membership growth. Now, talking a little bit more details on the overall membership numbers. I'll jump a little bit between fiscal year and calendar year information, so please stop me or ask questions if I'm making you confused. So from the first 6 months, so typically I look at this fiscal year, the first 6 months, look at the last year, first 6 months to see if we're trending in the similar and correct direction. So we have seen typically on average year over year, and more specifically from last calendar year into this calendar year, not 24, coming into 23, a 3.7% increase in overall membership revenue. Again, we're seeing that mostly from the insurance programs, and we do foresee that as we're continuing to increase the overall head count of various membership classes, that the what I'll call lagging 6 months of the fiscal year will continue to increase at a minimum at that rate. The reason why there's that lag, it says marketing efforts up there. You could think marketing promotions. So when we think about offering discounts to entice individuals to come in the door and join, there may be a reduction in how much they would pay on that first initial join, and until they get to the full rate, we wouldn't realize that until 2 months afterwards. So that is the January through June of the fiscal year. However, we are also seeing that all those marketing efforts are starting to pay off as we're starting to see even bigger increase in membership joins. And we have, from the prior calendar year into this calendar year, which is this budget year, a 12% increase in overall membership totals, which amounts to about 415 net new memberships. Net new because that is obviously the final number with any attrition rates included and members that have joined. So that's overall membership classes. That is not head count, so that includes an individual, that includes a family as one. All right, so that's just 415 new memberships. In addition, as I've already said multiple times, the facility usage has increased. So we, to the best of our ability, through swipes at the door, through talking with the programs and vendors, try to get as accurate of a count as possible of how many people are attending, whether it be swim meets, whether it be parties that are held at the facility, whether it be race series. We're seeing an overall 90% increase of facility usage compared to last calendar year, and approximately that number is about 3% ahead of 2018. The reason why I say 2018, and yes, that's a number of years ago, is because we saw 2018 fairly substantial jump into 2019. So if we're seeing that number just ahead of 2018, that is ideally telling us that 2019, or the following year, so 24, 25, will see an extra increase in facility usage as well. So it allows us to take a look at opportunities for whether it be unique programming or specific nuances with various agreements to make sure that we're prepared for that usage growth. So with that growth, with individuals coming into the facility, unique individuals, growth of people moving into the area, our largest revenue generating stream of the facility is membership. There's quite a bit of revenue that comes in through the various programs and race series, but certainly the largest one that is consistent is the membership growth. Membership rates overall have stayed stagnant for a number of years, and just so you kind of understand how it generally works per the agreement, is that if somebody joins at a specific rate, that rate is not adjusted unless there's a request from the membership class or user group, meaning they want to add or decrease the type of membership that they have, or they're coming in or out of a various program, right? Now that in or out of a various program would typically only affect membership rates on an annual basis if that agreement is and or needs to be adjusted overall. So as of right now, the board direction, historical year over year, was to always try and strive for financial sustainability of the facility, cover operational expenses, cover as much as we absolutely can. With that, obviously, we look at various opportunities on how we can increase user groups, how we can get more large user groups into the facility. So an area that we could potentially look at, and that I want to obviously talk through various options, or at least express that to you all so you can consider, would be to either A, take a look at those membership rates as they've not been increased since before 2017, and or choose to keep them flat based on what we're seeing in the local area in comparison, whatever the direction of the board may be. So I'll talk first about the potential for increasing those membership rates. As we all know, inflationary rates have occurred, some more than others, certainly with various economic trends. We as a facility have certainly seen quite a bit of cost increase, whether that be through our service providers, whether that be through various utility providers, whether that be through just various program providers in the facility. So because of that, our expenses have gone up, and we've looked for unique ways to try and reduce any expenses that we truly can have direct control over. So that might include various maintenance service contracts, certainly trying to be more competitive or aggressive with those year over year. Labor would be another one, certainly trying to make sure that we are not only maintaining retention rates, but certainly trying to be as restrictive as possible to meet the needs of the of the operating season or operating year. So I gave an example there of what an impact would be, and certainly this is not an end-all be-all number, but for instance, if you take into account that coming out of 2022, one of the largest inflationary periods that we've seen and cost rising years that we've seen as of late, it's about 8% year over year as compared to the previous year. So if we were to take that number and say, you know what, we're going to raise a baseline rate by 8%, I gave you an example there. A new individual who's a resident of Huntersville that chooses to join the facility would pay a monthly rate of $57.95. If we increase that rate by the 8%, and this is where the numbers wouldn't make sense or wouldn't be easy to talk to a member about, but it would increase that monthly rate by $4.64. So their new monthly rate, which isn't on the screen, but it would be $62.59. But if you take that $4.64 and you multiply that by each month of the year, so by 12, it would increase their overall cost for the year by $55.63. Based on estimated amount of memberships that we have, if you take that increase, it would increase the top line, if you will, of the membership revenue by about $120,000. That number does not include any net new members coming through the facility. Certainly, it also doesn't include any attrition that might be had with an increase in member rate. So that number could certainly be much larger than what it is today, or what's up on the screen, if we continue to see the membership growth follow the trends that we're seeing coming out of, that we saw out of 2018 to 19, and what we're starting to really see now from 23 edging into 24. So the other option, as I mentioned early on this slide, is to take a look at it and say, you know what, that may not be something that we consider for the facility, may not be the direction that we want to see the facility moving forward. And so it's, I brought that down to the bottom of the slide as something to obviously just bring up. It is not necessarily my desire to say we must raise those rates. However, understand that as those costs continue to increase, it certainly makes it a little bit more challenging to be able to cover those operational costs if we cannot adjust our largest revenue generating line item on a year-over-year basis. So if that is not the direction of the board moving forward as we move into budgetary season, certainly we can look at other options to continue to increase and make larger impacts on the community, whether that be by offering more subsidized membership rates, whether that by increasing some of the scholarship programs that we have overall, whether that be certainly engaging even more community companies, businesses to see in support of the facility, more so than maybe we even are today, and certainly look to make sure that we're offering more overall community offerings and events than we can today, because we have to limit some of those in order to allow for paid programs to come in, striving to try to get to that full financial sustainability. So if I move on to looking at where the rates are today. The rates that are listed there were the rates that essentially were provided for us to operate within back in 2017. They have not been modified, they have not been changed, but that rate is for anybody new coming into the facility that is not on a discount program, not on a insurance subsidized program, and obviously has not been revisited or proved to be modified, if you will, on a year-to-year basis. So I have some generalized statistics that, again, are not on the slide, but I went back and took a look to see how many people are actually paying these new rates that are coming in, how many memberships are actually on discounted rates. About 65% of the overall membership classes that we have in the facility now are not paying these rates. They're paying lower than these rates today. That is because, again, they're on medical insurance programs of various kinds. There's 3 major ones that are in the facility as of today, and as well as legacy rates. So those are rates that have come through that individuals that are public servants, that are of various approved rates that when we verify at joining, pay those rates, and they are allowed to keep those rates unless, again, there's a request to change or there is a review of those rates for program changes. Without having approval to essentially approve those rates or adjust those rates, they stay on the legacy rates year over year. So with that said, it means that there's about 35% of the memberships in the facility that are paying on or around those facility rates that you see on the screen. In comparison to the local region, we took two of the types of facilities that are most comparable to what HFFA offers. HFFA, fortunately, has a lot of different and unique offerings. It's not just a pool facility, it's not just a fitness facility, it's not just a children's services facility. We're able to combine all those together. So if you look at the area YMCA and how they structure their pay scales, they have a couple different ones up there, but I tried to truncate it down. Essentially, they have two different types. They either have single facility rates and they have multi-facility rates. Depending on the facility, you may only have an option of a multi-facility rate. They all have the ability to do multi-facility, but essentially some say, nope, this is a type of facility that has to be combined. Now, certainly facilities, well, I'll just talk about the Lake Norman YMCA, do also offer subsidized rate classes, insurance programs as well. So not all of their membership classes are paying at those given rates. But I want you to see them up there just for general comparison. In addition, Mecklenburg County, the North Regional Mech Center that had been opened, obviously sees the very similar type of individuals that would come to join HFFA. Their baseline membership rates are listed there as well, which if you compare to what the going rate has been essentially since 2017 at HFFA, is lower than what HFFA currently charges to a new member coming through the door. I do, however, want to make sure that we know that when we try to compare apples to apples or apples to oranges, however you want to label it, one of the fundamental ways that that facility is able to cover its costs is they have on average and forecasted just shy of $3.3 million in their budget prepared to fund any offset that the facility may have by not having enough revenue generation through membership classes or programs that exist in the facility. So before I move on to the other section, I just wanted to take a moment to pause and see if there was any questions on that area.
Do you have
Yes.
comparison? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Okay. Do you have comparisons to other fitness facilities, like a burn boot camp or something like that?
So I do have some more of the national brands in regards to some of them that are, I'll say, niche offerings in the immediate area. Some of those change on a more regular basis. I have, not on this slide, but I can certainly get you a better breakdown on specific to Huntersville. In fairness, I have not looked at Burns specifically, but we do have some of the other niche ones that I could certainly provide.
Do we have very many members that are non-residents paying the non-resident dues?
I would have to look back. I don't have it on my sheet here today. I want to say it's about 10%. I think it's like 9% that are non-member rate individuals, but I can get you that exact number as well.
Do they have any discount? I mean, would they also be eligible for like insurance discounts, or is anyone who's not a resident paying these rates?
So if they are a medical discount, then we follow whatever the medical discount is, regardless of where their resident status is. If they, all of the, how do I say this? If they are a teacher, for instance, we use that as an example, and they are a non-Huntersville resident, they would fall into that class because they would have to show proof of that at joining, but they would fall into that class. Those rates would be for individuals that don't have or not a employee of a approved discounted rate individual or are not on a medical program.
Zach, how many of those approved groups do you have, like approved groups for a discount?
I can go back and count. There's about 15.
Teachers, nurses?
Teachers, police officers, firefighters, with the sponsorship programs that we have, so whether it's with the medical groups, if they're an employee of the larger medical group programs, they're part of that. I think I might have already mentioned sponsorships, but the various larger groups that sponsor the facility in various ways, there's typically, as part of that sponsor package, discounts for their employees as well. So overall, there's about 15 different types of tiers. Now, I say that they are not each necessarily a unique percentage, so we don't have some at 16% and some at others. It does vary depending on how much commitment that those companies would provide. Generally, the steepest discount would be anyone that's on a scholarship. The scholarships range anywhere from a 60% off to a 40% off. Most of the other programs that offer discounts, I would say the largest discount is 30% off of normal rates. The medical programs are flat rates. So those are essentially discounted and negotiated with the medical service providers. And then on average, it's just a flat rate. So the largest flat rate that we have would be a $30 a month membership. That is not what the member pays. That member just shows and provides proof that they're in the program. We utilize the medical provider's software to verify, and then we have to submit every month documentation to get payment back or get payment to the facility.
And
Yes.
I apologize, it's the end of the day and I may have missed this. So how many people are paying full boat and how many people are percentage-wise?
So 35% are paying the full rate.
Okay.
65% are
getting some kind of
anyone on a
discount?
discounted, yeah.
But in the case of your medical example, are they still, the member pays X, you're saying then you get reimbursed from a medical facility, so would that be considered a full amount?
No, that rate is a discounted rate.
Still a discounted rate?
Yeah, so for United, there's a $30 a month membership. So if they are an individual, and they're a resident of Huntersville, they wouldn't pay the 58. The medical program would pay the facility 30.
I got you. So 35% or?
Yeah, and then as per those guidelines, because there's federal guidelines as well to make sure that we don't abuse the Medicaid programs and things of that nature. So we are not allowed by law to charge the difference to that member. We're only allowed to charge what's approved through that program. And then obviously we need to show proof that.
So if we had this rate increase, is it only going to affect the 35%, or will we also be bumping up the discounts? So if it was 30, for example, are we going to charge 35, or do they keep their $30 discount?
So that, for the medical insurance program, that would be a membership class we would not be able to touch. We can certainly go back and work to negotiate an adjusted rate. There are some that are more restrictive than others to allow that. But if we were to affect not just the new rates, but also the legacy and any other of the discounted programs, that would include an additional 40%. So you're talking about 75% of the current membership groups would be impacted by a member rate increase.
Gotcha.
About 25% would stay flat to whatever that negotiated rate is.
Okay, thank you.
So just to state the obvious, if you increased your rates and the county does not increase North Mac comparison, then we're getting farther, there's a bigger difference between us and North Mac.
Correct.
So are you suggesting then that your recommendation would be to increase some of the legacy rates and not touch the new member rate?
There's a few different ways that we could certainly slice it. I would say that while it's easy to look at a percentage and say we'll just do that across the board, I do think there's potentially a solid argument to say we'll pick $1, right? And we'll say, hey, let's say it's not $4.65, it's $4, and we're going to raise everyone by that amount on an annual basis. There's some language in a lot of the agreements that it would be kind of a staggered approach, meaning that we wouldn't necessarily be able to go tomorrow and say, hey, this is going to be what it's going to be for March. There needs to be notification periods. There may need to be a renewal of that contract and the like. But certainly we could take a look at those and start to edge them up. Some of the legacy rates, I don't want you to get the impression that if a family pays $100 today, that their legacy rate is $50, right? It's not necessarily that large of a disparity, but there are potentially some other options of legacy rates that we could impact larger as we review that in more detail. But certainly I would say that for overall, without increasing that rate since essentially 2015, 2016, there's certainly an opportunity to review since we've increased all other expenses in the facility.
So, spoiler alert for Patty's presentation tomorrow, we have options on how we might raise revenue. For FY '22 and FY '23, the facility operated at a loss such that now, for lack of a better term, fund balance and HFFA fund is negative, and we had ceased some number of years ago any transfers from tourism dollars, and so we should expect a request to transfer some money from somewhere, likely tourism dollars, enough to cover that negative fund balance between now and fiscal year end. And then, of course, we'll need to account for FY '24's operations as well. So raising revenue sources might be tourism dollars, and it might be membership fees, or likely a combination.
And I know Patty and Jackie love to talk about this tomorrow. We will likely come back to you to talk about the word Jackie likes to use. I guess it's to do, to from account that is pretty much lost money every year.
It operated at a loss that stayed stable for a very long time until it didn't. And nobody talked about it but Jackie until when we had our Moody's call related to debt on Town Hall, it came up. And so it's time to discuss what we want to do about, it's too late to get super deep into do to, do from. A transfer is a permanent, I expect nothing in return. I'm giving you a gift of $5. You don't give me anything back. Do to, do from is, I'm gonna loan you $5. Someday I want that $5 back. How many people have loaned you $5 or $5 million or any number of dollars for more than 15 years? You've never made a payment and you still think you're gonna get that back. So Moody's position is, if you're never really gonna get that back, what you need to do is make a transfer, make the permanent kind, to wipe that off the books. So it no longer looks like you're expecting payment if you're not gonna in 15 years.
So the short answer.
To do to from?
Due to, due from. Due.
Gotcha.
The HFFA is, owes money that they are due to pay the
Yes.
general fund, $5.7 million. The general fund is due to accept from the HFFA fund, $5.7 million.
That makes more sense. I was hearing
I
something else.
added an extra word at the beginning, to do. Has been due to.
Yeah, okay.
So what you're saying, it's time to write it off.
Yes.
Yes, we're gonna recommend it, especially when, as Jackie said, when we had these meetings and that clearly came up, staff is gonna come to you and say, okay, let's take care of this.
Reality check.
Yes, and that, we'll get into that more tomorrow, but while we're on this, it's coming. We need to clear that up, because when we're doing bonds, we don't want any negativity.
Will it be coming with recommendations on how to move forward?
Yeah, we'll come to you with that, but definitely a budget amendment's coming. We have to clean that up and
Likely two separate ones. I would get
Yes.
rid of the negative deficit and fund balance, and then I'd later address the do to, do from. Not years later. I would expect, we just need to decide what we're gonna do about that. How do I defend, oh yeah, I've not made a payment in 15 years, but I'll eventually pay it back. When's eventually?
We can chase more like corporate sponsorships too, right?
sure, that's definitely what we'll be doing. It won't get at that, that'd be more for operational.
Yeah.
But that, do to, do from, instead of to do,
Yeah.
it needs to go away. It's no good. But that's all we got, unless you got more questions for Zach.
I do have more slides.
Oh, I was getting ready.
I was like, we're not done.
Oh, man.
Don't worry, I'm watching the clock. I'll fly quick. I do want to say, as part of the conversation you just had, we're certainly pleased that, for instance, the partnership with SwimMac, when that went about, and the amount of revenue generated just through that partnership alone, from an agreement standpoint, from increasing the sponsorship, from increasing membership in the facility, increased usage of the facility overall. That would be a perfect example, was a little over $5 million agreement partnership with the facility. And when we look at the dive program, and we look at the medical facility program, All those things have been items that we've shifted into place over the years to try and offset. The only one that's not been touched, that's not been adjusted year over year, is membership rate. So as we bring in those net new members, as we bring in, as it was going even in through 2019, 2020, that's the only thing that stayed flat. The largest generating, it covers more than 50%. That revenue that gets generated, pulls in more than 50% of our overall operating expenses. And even when I pull the reports for the first 7 months of this fiscal year compared to last fiscal year, with all the adjustments that we've been making on reduction of expenses, there's a little bit under, I think it's $46,000 less expense now than it was last year after 7 months. So we're trying to cross that stream on both directions, but certainly with that reduction, there's been reduction in staff. Certainly, that's been a huge proponent that we've been pushing for, but still maintain safe operations overall for all the programs that we do. But at some point, our hands are tied in regards to the services that we need to pay for to keep the facility operational, whether that be maintenance on the boilers or on the HVAC systems and the like. So without further ado, I'll jump into some of the things that have been going on, and I'll fairly quickly move you into to think about and look at some of the capital items that we know that are coming up that unfortunately are some of the other largest expenses in the building. So I won't belabor you with all the details, but in short, there's been quite a few things that have been coming up over the years. The building is over 20 years old. There is still some legacy equipment that's in the building that we've been working through the capital program to replace as we can, and try and stay ahead of things that are essentially needing repair faster than we can essentially replace it and add redundancies in. So you see up there that there is a redundancy comment there in the in-progress items. The reason for that, and that we look for items to get redundant, is if we don't have it and we lose it, we lose a large portion of our programs and operations, which certainly then takes a big hit on revenue. So we're looking at unique opportunities there. We have some larger expenses coming into this year simply due to various laws that are required on all aquatic facilities. So we're doing some great replacements in the large pool space and the outdoor pool space, just because those grates expire and we're required to follow both local and federal code. We've replaced some of the pool facility motors as well as the grading systems that I just mentioned. And as we're looking at other areas to continue to try and get ahead of the curve, or we're starting to see greater deterioration than we can repair, things like you'll see under future planning, it talks about the 50-meter pool plaster. That is an area you'll see on my next slide, and then certainly various areas on air dehumidification and conditioning in the space. But we're working to get as much of that covered under operational abilities and costs, but certainly there's going to be some of these that will need some capital approvals from the board. So if I move forward and I think about items that would be up for consideration, I mentioned the 50-meter pool plaster. We've gotten some quick estimates on what some of these things could cost. Certainly, as it is, as you've seen with every construction project, those pricings and costs can adjust. And it also depends how far we need to get into the process. So I'll talk, for instance, pool plastering. We've been maintaining and keeping up with patching the pool. We are right about the cusp of not having a choice, but really considering what options we have in order to maintain its structural integrity. Now, when I say structural integrity, it's not going to implode, but maintain its ability to maintain water, essentially. So with 1 million gallons of water on that pool, certainly something to review and consider. Same thing for that pool. The bulkheads are the pathways, if you will, the large steel pathways that go in between the pool space. Those are original to the building. So as those have been getting heavily used over the years, they're starting to see some deterioration. And then as we look for the redundancy items and the ability to maintain rest of facility structures, I listed some other areas that we've been working with our various partners and contractors to help make sure we're prepared and ahead of the curve as we think about longevity of the building as well. Next up will be, and this will be the final slide of note, the board had approved to get the 50-meter air handling system replaced. That system was not extremely aged. However, it was not working as it should. There was a lot of operational expenditure over the years trying to maintain those units. And so the review was done, and the previous board had approved for essentially a $2 million project to replace not just the air handling units on the 50-meter pool, but the ductwork and supporting equipment to help get that on the right path and get that improved. So there's a lot of various dates on there. Luckily enough, I did have another meeting yesterday with the lead contractor for this program. So I do have some, I'll call it more definitive dates, not the exact dates, but essentially we've discussed with them getting in the building here in about the next month or so, about 6 weeks, to start doing the return duct replacements. That should be minimally impactful to the current operations. The pool will remain in full operation, so we can still have our full events and users in the space. So that is in anticipation for about a month later, 4 to 5 weeks later, when the actual roof systems are complete and delivered. And then it'll be about a month-long process to, with cranes and lots of large equipment, to remove the old systems from the exterior of the building, replace with new. And then as you move down the bullet points there, the final phase will be the replacement of the interior ductwork, which is slated to take over the month of August. We're working through the various user groups to try and be as least impactful as possible. But August is typically the slowest month for that pool, so it's already the least impactful. Unfortunately, it will take at least 3 weeks. We're anticipating anywhere from 3 to 4, trying to minimize it at 4 weeks for that section of the project. But once that's done, essentially the full air handling and dehumidification will be replaced, the interior ductwork, and the returns in that space as well, allowing for more air volume movement, more ability to remove any type of corrosive air that might exist with having an interior pool space. Now it's the end of the slide.
Anthony, it was so much fun talking about do to, do from. I gotta correct one little thing. For the 3 people who might remember, it is not completely true that there's not a payment made from the beginning. So in 2006, the balance did not change from 2006 to about 2018 or 19. I don't remember which year. There was one payment made of $375,000. However, post-COVID, the balance is more now than it was in 2006, which is why it feels like there's not been a single payment made. There was one, but the balance is higher now than it was. Thank you for letting me correct that, so I don't get texts and emails about that.
I'll be more than happy to answer those, because we spent a ton in capital that is not considered, but I could go on forever. But anyways, any more questions for Zach? All right, well, Larry, I think we're done. Yep, that's it, if there's no more questions.
So Anthony, you gonna tell us,
Yeah, Larry, we